See, I like that. I like that.
Fuck up the night. Don't really care if you on that block or you can fight. I'ma get high, then get low. It's lit for the night. Fuck up the night. Fuck up the night. Fuck up the night. Let's fuck up the night. I'm fresh and clean. Only family by my side and the rest is team. What you see is what you get when it comes to me. Ain't tryna end up like my homies in that gangster lean. Just have faith in me. Fuck up the night.
Jacket, I hop on the wave. Know I stay high, 2 grams to the face. Hard to replace, I get to the cake. Fresh out the oven, I'm just serving up plates. Come get in line, Valentine. Letting up gas, fire in the sky. Bottle on deck and I'm sipping it slow. Hopping the whip and it feel like a ghost. Stay big mad, pocket saggy, bag empty. It's sad actually. Heard they don't like me, okay, that's cool. Shit ain't changed since I left high school. Splashing bitches, no diving in pools. Heard they getting money and we get some too. Team Swayze, my brothers only. Sauce dripping, no rigatoni.
Don't really care if you on that block or you can fight. I'ma get high, then get low. It's lit for the night. Fuck up the night. Fuck up the night. Fuck up the night. Let's fuck up the night. I'm fresh and clean. Only family by my side and the rest is team. What you see is what you get when it comes to me. Ain't tryna end up like my homies in that gangster lean. Just have faith in me. Fuck up the night. I'ma run up a whole check. Put my dick down the whole neck. Okay. I'm drunk out control, yes. But I ain't lose control yet. If you ain't sucking, bitch, we ain't fucking or nothing. Maybe a blunt, far as that hand, bitch, you ain't getting nothing. I'm back in my bag, as you can see, I'm back on my shit. Look, I bust my ass to get that there, cost a few flips, Swayze. That is a feeling in way of life. I'm about to fuck up the whole night. Sound like the sun on a street light. Fuck up the night. Don't really care if you on that block or you can fight. I'ma get high, then get low. It's lit for the night. Fuck up the night. Fuck up the night. Fuck up the night. Let's fuck up the night. I'm fresh and clean. Only family by my side and the rest is team. What you see is what you get when it comes to me. Ain't tryna end up like my homies in that gangster lean. Just have faith in me. Fuck up the night. Fuck up the night. Don't really care if you on that block or you can fight. I'ma get high, then get low. It's lit for the night. Fuck up the night. Fuck up the night. Fuck up the night. Let's fuck up the night. I'm fresh and clean. Only family by my side and the rest is team. What you see is what you get when it comes to me. Ain't tryna end up like my homies in that gangster lean. Just have faith in me. Fuck up the night.
Central Sun Studios.
Oh, I like that. See, I like that. I like that.
Fuck up the night. Don't really care if you on that block or you can fight. I'ma get high, then get low. It's lit for the night. Fuck up the night. Fuck up the night. Fuck up the night. Let's fuck up the night. I'm fresh and clean. Only family by my side and the rest is team. What you see is what you get when it comes to me. Ain't tryna end up like my homies in that gangster lean. Just have faith in me. Fuck up the night.
Jacket, I hop on the wave. Know I stay high, 2 grams to the face. Hard to replace, I get to the cake. Fresh out the oven, I'm just serving up plates. Come get in line, Valentine. Letting up gas, fire in the sky. Bottle on deck and I'm sipping it slow. Hopping the whip and it feel like a ghost. Stay big mad, pocket saggy, bag empty. It's sad actually. Heard they don't like me, okay, that's cool. Shit ain't changed since I left high school. Splashing bitches, no diving in pools. Heard they getting money and we get some too. Team Swayze, my brothers only. Sauce dripping, no rigatoni.
Don't really care if you on that block or you can fight. I'ma get high, then get low. It's lit for the night. Fuck up the night. Fuck up the night. Fuck up the night. Let's fuck up the night. I'm fresh and clean. Only family by my side and the rest is team. What you see is what you get when it comes to me. Ain't tryna end up like my homies in that gangster lean. Just have faith in me. Fuck up the night. I'ma run up a whole check. Put my dick down the whole neck. Okay. I'm drunk out control, yes. But I ain't lose control yet. If you ain't sucking, bitch, we ain't fucking or nothing. Maybe a blunt, far as that hand, bitch, you ain't getting nothing. I'm back in my bag, as you can see, I'm back on my shit. Look, I bust my ass to get that there, cost a few flips, Swayze. That is a feeling in way of life. I'm about to fuck up the whole night. Sound like the sun on a street light. Fuck up the night. Don't really care if you on that block or you can fight. I'ma get high, then get low, it's lit for the night. Fuck up the night, fuck up the night, fuck up the night. Let's fuck up the night. I'm fresh and clean, only family by my side and the rest is team. What you see is what you get when it comes to me. Ain't tryna end up like my homies in that gangster lean. Just have faith in me, fuck up the night. Fuck up the night. Don't really care if you on that block or you can fight. I'ma get high, then get low, it's lit for the night. Fuck up the night, fuck up the night, fuck up the night. Let's fuck up the night. I'm fresh and clean, only family by my side and the rest is team. What you see is what you get when it comes to me. Ain't tryna end up like my homies in that gangster lean. Just have faith in me, fuck up the night.
Central Sun Studios.
Oh, I like that. See, I like that. I like that.
Fuck up the night. Don't really care if you on that block or you can fight. I'ma get high, then get low, it's lit for the night. Fuck up the night, fuck up the night, fuck up the night. Let's fuck up the night. I'm fresh and clean, only family by my side and the rest is team. What you see is what you get when it comes to me. Ain't tryna end up like my homies in that gangster lean. Just have faith in me, fuck up the night.
Jacket, I hop on the wave, know I stay high, 2 grams to the face. Hard to replace, I get to the cake. Fresh out the oven, I'm just serving up plates. Come get in line, Valentine, letting up gas, fire in the sky. Bottle on deck and I'm sipping it slow. Hopping the whip and it feel like a ghost, stay big and mad. Pocket saggy, bag empty, it's sad actually. Heard they don't like me, okay, that's cool. Shit ain't changed since I left high school. Splashing bitches, no diving in pools. Heard they getting money and we getting some too. Team Swayze, my brothers only. Sauce dripping, no rigatoni.
Don't really care if you on that block or you can fight. I'ma get high, then get low, it's lit for the night. Fuck up the night, fuck up the night, fuck up the night. Let's fuck up the night. I'm fresh and clean, only family by my side and the rest is team. What you see is what you get when it comes to me. Ain't tryna end up like my homies in that gangster lean. Just have faith in me. Fuck up the night. I'ma run up a whole check. Put my dick down the whole neck. Okay. I'm drunk out control, yes. Yeah. But I ain't lose control yet. Baby. If you ain't sucking, bitch, we ain't fucking or nothing. Nah. Maybe a blunt, far as that hand, bitch, you ain't getting nothing. Nah. I'm back in my bag, as you can see, I'm back on my shit. Look, I bust my ass to get that there, cost a few flips. Swayze, that is a feeling and way of life. I'm about to fuck up the whole night. Sound like the sun on a street light. Fuck up the night. Don't really care if you on that block or you can fight. I'ma get high, then get low, it's lit for the night. Fuck up the night, fuck up the night, fuck up the night. Let's fuck up the night. I'm fresh and clean, only family by my side and the rest is team. What you see is what you get when it comes to me. Ain't tryna end up like my homies in that gangster lean. Just have faith in me, fuck up the night. Fuck up the night. Don't really care if you on that block or you can fight. I'ma get high, then get low, it's lit for the night. Fuck up the night, fuck up the night, fuck up the night. Let's fuck up the night. I'm fresh and clean, only family by my side and the rest is team. What you see is what you get when it comes to me. Ain't tryna end up like my homies in that gangster lean. Just have faith in me, fuck up the night.
Central Sun Studios.
Oh, I like that. See, I like that. I like that.
Fuck up the night. Don't really care if you on that block or you can fight. I'ma get high, then get low, it's lit for the night. Fuck up the night, fuck up the night, fuck up the night. Let's fuck up the night. I'm fresh and clean, only family by my side and the rest is team. What you see is what you get when it comes to me. Ain't tryna end up like my homies in that gangster lean. Just have faith in me. Fuck up the
Like
night.
jacket, I hop on the wave. Know I stay high, 2 grams to the face. Hard to replace, I get to the cake. Fresh out the oven, I'm just serving a place. Come get in line, Valentine. Letting up gas, fire in the sky. Bottle on deck and I'm sipping it slow. Hopping the whip and it feel like a ghost. Stay big and mad. Pocket saggy, bag empty, it's sad actually. Heard they don't like me, okay, that's cool. Shit ain't changed since I left high school. Splashing bitches, no diving in pools. Heard they getting money and we getting some too. Team Swayze, my brothers only. Sauce dripping, no rigatoni.
Don't really care if you on that block or you can fight. I'ma get high, then get low, it's lit for the night. Fuck up the night, fuck up the night, fuck up the night. Let's fuck up the night. I'm fresh and clean, only family by my side and the rest is team. What you see is what you get when it comes to me. Ain't tryna end up like my homies in that gangster lean. Just have faith in me. Fuck I'ma run up a whole chain. Put my dick down the whole neck. Okay. I'm drunk out control, yes. Yeah. But I ain't lose control yet. Baby. If you ain't sucking, bitch, we ain't fucking or nothing. Nah. Maybe a blunt far as that hand, bitch, you ain't getting nothing. Nah. I'm back in my bag, as you can see, I'm back on my shit. Look. I bust my ass to get that there, it cost a few flips, Swayze. That is a feeling in way of life. I'm about to fuck up the whole night. Sound like the sun on a street light. Fuck up the night. Don't really care if you on that block or you can fight. I'ma get high, then get low, it's lit for the night. Fuck up the night, fuck up the night, fuck up the night. Let's fuck up the night. I'm fresh and clean, only family by my side and the rest is team. What you see is what you get when it
Alrighty. Let's fucking do this. Oh. Welcome back, Minnie. We're gonna do a dry run on a little podcast thing we're working on after we get some gaming in. Where the fuck is my little pokey tool from Reed? Damn it. Yeah. No. 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 I didn't mean to click that. Stop fucking advertising, you fuck. Yep, yep. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, yep, yep. Hell no, I don't want push notifications. I need extra fucking messages on my fucking device for a fucking game. No, thank you. Bong. Come on, cat. You're barely ever in here. Fucking have to literally climb into every. No, the cats are getting out. Alright, out. Out.
Hello, audio check 1, 2, 3. Oh, I am loud.
Not fucking dealing with that shit.
Oh, I am loud.
Not fucking dealing with that shit.
Okay, get rid of the echo for one thing.
Decided to let the cats in the fucking room. That
Hey,
was a
Triff.
dumb idea. Fucking started climbing behind the computer and started going through the wires. I'm like, nope.
Hello,
You. Oh wait, I'm muted in Discord. Shit.
you're muted.
There we go. Yeah, I had to get the cats out of the fucking office. I let them in here, and then they started crawling behind the computer into the fucking wires and everything. Nope. Get out. Get the fuck out. Uh, it. All right. Joining me?
Play a game without me, then I'll join.
Okay.
I'm trying to debate whether I want to get something to eat or if I just want to play.
So remember.
I'm caught. I'm caught in the middle.
So when you do play, remember, don't take it so seriously. Don't try to fucking. Don't worry about your rank. You don't care about the fucking game anymore anyway. So just have fun.
It's not that. It's not any of that. I couldn't give a shit less about the game. That's the problem. I just think it's stupid. It's trash.
Well, that's why when you don't give a fuck when you play, it's more fun. Fucking do dumb challenges and shit.
It's not that the game's
why do you think
trash.
I do challenges all the time? I do challenges a lot because it fucking spices it up.
For me, it's not that the game's trash. It's just that it's old. It's the same shit shoved down my throat for what? How many years now? You know.
Well, that's trash. The game's good, but it's fucking old now.
And I have nothing to stream, so I don't know what I'm going to stream if I'm going to continue to be a streamer.
Yeah, I get that.
Unless I just do what I'm doing, sitting in my recliner watching YouTube. Does anybody want to watch that? No.
You maintained a fucking handful of viewers the entire time. So, I don't know. I think the podcast is a good idea. This will be a little dry run. So everybody beware, a dry run of the podcast. Not indicative of finished product.
Did you say dick?
I did. Did that turn you on?
I set myself up?
Did.
Set myself up again. God damn.
Oh, that's a new map, right?
Let me see how my mic sounds on your stream now that I've got it away from my mouth. See how my mic sounds on your stream. Now that I've got it away from my mouth. My voice, you've got me turned up so loud in there.
Yeah, it seems like, well, hey. Oh,
Why do you have me so loud?
there we go. Hello. I don't
Let's
know.
try that.
I think it was.
Audio. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I think I had you loud because I can't remember. I think it might have been Key was like talking for an hour straight, and I couldn't hear him.
Okay, that sounds a lot better though.
I couldn't hear you while we were playing. So, I was let me turn Key down, turn him up.
That sounds a lot better.
Welcome to Battle Royale. Time for the mission. Get ready.
Oh man.
First blood.
You only play BR, or do you play multiplayer too? In COD Mobile, I'll play multiplayer as well. Certain fucking game modes, though, I hate just because people don't know how to fucking play. But, yeah, I generally play all modes. I'm gonna keep this fucking machine gun and use it like a sniper.
Chip terminal is almost ready.
You heard that?
I never did finish that video about human NPCs.
Oh god. Yeah, that just sounds
The safe
terrible.
zone is collapsing.
It was fascinating.
It's just too, that one's way too fucking out there.
I don't think so.
like it not that simulation theory can't be true. I get it, but like it just
No, not that
But
part.
the
Part-
dude's like fucking got the ravings of a schizoid. Like
the
it's fucking
part
weird.
that grabbed my interest was how many people are truly self-aware and how many really are not all that self-aware.
Mm,
You see what I'm saying?
Where-
I've
yeah.
met people, I know people that I think are not completely self-aware.
there's a lot of people that are stupid. Doesn't mean they're not self-aware. It's just they have a
Airdrop incoming.
terrible fucking awareness in general.
Airdrop has been delivered.
I'm gonna stick with it. Believe I'm saying that, but yeah, I don't think I'm gonna snipe this round.
How many viewers say 8-hour stream? How many viewers do I need? If I do an 8-hour stream every day, how many concurrent viewers do I need to make a paycheck?
Make a paycheck?
That's worth it. That's worth it. Like,
It's it's not an easy answer to that because it depends on the time of the year. Like, because sometimes of the year they pay more. Like the holiday, for instance, when Christmas is coming up, your ad revenue is much higher. But and off times of the year it's
Airdrop
super
has been
low.
delivered.
So like, to make an honest paycheck out of it, you would need like, fuck man, like I want to say
hi Jimmy.
several hundred fucking, like if you're just basing it on viewers, it would be several hundred you would need concurrent. Make like a living wage basically. But
Right.
when it comes to, like, that's not including fucking, subscribers and shit like that. It depends on what your subscriber to viewer ratio is, like how many of your subscribers or your viewers are actually subscribing. It adds more money into the pool there, and then bits and shit like that. But generally, the ad revenue is pretty low. The ad revenue on YouTube is far, far, far higher. That's why you need to get. That's why it's got higher criteria for monetization.
Airdrop incoming.
Yeah, I want to say you gotta have like several hundred concurrent to make.
What if the stream never went offline?
Still get paid. If it didn't go offline, like it'll just calculate everything daily, basically, like it normally does.
Airdrop has been delivered. Half of the teams are eliminated.
just took his car.
A full-fledged tank has been
Jimmy! That dude was almost dead. Like, I average a pretty decent amount of viewers, and I don't get paid every month. So,
Yeah.
it's, like, hey, like, I don't even think if you had partner at 75 viewers a month, you're gonna be seeing, like, I mean, you could be like, at 75, you'd probably make, like, I could look at my analytics right now. Tell you. What the ELB would be able to tell you better about earnings with the stream never ending. So, like, yeah, if you had, like, partnership fucking 75 concurrent viewers, you would probably get, like, I want to say $1 something in ad revenue per stream, at least. Like, that's, I'm looking at my own streams for the lengths that they are. Yeah. Somewhere around there. $1 to $2, something like that, you'd probably get off the stream. Ad revenue. It's like, it's weird because a lot of the large streamers out there that have thousands of viewers, yeah, they probably actually have a fraction of their actual viewers are participating in the stream, and but when that happens, though, it's still so much that you can't pay attention to chat. It scrolls by so fast, like, it's insane. So,
Yeah.
like, they might have, like, 60,000 people watching them, but, like, there's probably, in reality, like, less than half that are actually there. A lot of the views that they get are, like, when I was doing promotion on my channel, I got a bunch, when I was getting a bunch of views, it was, like, I was being featured on different websites and shit, and when your stream's featured on a website, it's embedded to actually have the stream going. So embedded views don't count towards ad revenue, though. So they're you know, they're not worth anything unless someone actually clicks through and goes into the stream, and you're not going to earn anything off of it. So it's just good for exposure.
Give me a minute. I'm gonna go get some food. I'll be right back.
All right, I'm going to test out that new map.
Yeah. The new what?
New map.
New BR map?
Yes. Try or whatever the fuck.
I hear it's Bot City.
Yeah.
Have fun.
It's
I'll
already
be right
Bot
back.
City and the other one, too.
True.
And again, I'm not fucking.
I look forward to the other part of the show because I don't know how that's gonna go.
Yeah.
But I'll follow your lead, I guess.
I'm hoping it'll pick up more
The longer
traction
you remain on site,
on
the more you may discover.
YouTube, more so
And the
than Twitch.
Kurahana
It
Corporation will
probably will.
compensate you for any additional intel you recover.
I don't understand what the fuck I'm even supposed to be doing here. Have missions? I don't want to do missions. That's work.
Welcome to Battle Royale. The match is about to start.
I want to do work.
Time for Ready.
Where is it? That whole city. Oh, I can't even go over there? Biggity foot. Can I? Oh, that's B! Yo! I wanted to go explore that city. That's dumb.
Не забывайте свои личные вещи в поезде.
Giant chicken.
Добро пожаловать. Управление путей сообщения края желает вам
Eating my chicken.
Airdrop has been delivered.
Deciphering happened.
The safe zone is collapsed.
Yo.
Yo.
Yo. What we playing tonight? Oh, we playing card and bad.
Airdrop incoming.
What's up, brothers? So, should I delete Roblox? Or should I delete another game and download Call of Duty Mobile?
Roblox.
Why is my top screen?
Okay, brother, I am back. I've got a big steaming plate of chili spaghetti.
Oh, no, there we go. My shit wasn't working.
Chili spaghetti.
That sounds bad.
Ate some banging ass fucking tacos the other night. Last night.
I had sushi
I used fucking this I love Cholula, the hot sauce, and they make a taco seasoning mix of shit.
I
Taco
use Louisiana
seasoning's
Tabasco
banging.
sauce. I use Louisiana Tabasco sauce. Best sauce you get.
Cholula's fucking banging. So good.
Cholula?
Cholula, yeah.
Cholula.
It's so
that?
good. It's
I
Spanish
do.
hot. It's a Spanish hot sauce, like Mexican, I believe.
It's
It's,
good because it doesn't just have chili peppers in it. It also has onions and garlic in it.
Yeah, it's also got piquin and arbol peppers,
I'm gonna delete my
which is
TikTok shit.
the fucking main peppers that give it its fucking citrusy like tastiness. The piquin and arbol.
You know what? What are the new guns in Call of Duty Mobile?
I don't know, guns. I haven't played it in a year. I literally looked back and like I had a friend request that said 349 days ago. I was like, oh, that was the last time I played.
Most people are like, oh, MK stopped playing.
Everything's
my name
fucking
is
new to me.
0894996, whatever the fuck my name is, because I had to reset my account because I was trying to get the ghost character, and it said, oh, do you like us to reset your account name? I said, I didn't know what I was doing, so I just clicked it. I said, okay. Now I'm like IGF86430Z4991. I'm like, what the type of name is that? I'll just add you. Once I get all my resource data packs downloaded, which is going to take for like hours. Speaking of, I need to go delete some freaking messages so I can freaking clear some storage. That's the only way I can do data, is just go to messages, old messages, and keep all my baby pics. All the baby pics.
Yo, Trev.
Yo.
You ever get random notifications once in a great while about how some big purchase you made was approved or something?
Yeah, that's all spam.
Yeah, scam messages. I've been getting one telling me to pay my tolls for my car. I'm like,
same here, same here.
I'm like, what the fuck
Same
you
here.
talking about? I got a new car accident. I haven't had a car since the car accident. I'm gonna buy one soon, actually, but I'm like, what fucking
Same
toll
here,
you talking
dude.
about?
I am getting harassed up the wall by these toll evasion ones.
Fucking ridiculous.
And today I got one that my MacBook Pro is on the way, so
Oh, sweet.
yay! I'm like, okay.
Now, let's see if my Call of Duty Mobile will work, because I haven't logged in in about 3 years. That might be bad. 3 years of not playing Call of Duty Mobile? That might be bad.
Damn.
Bad.
I'll reload.
If I've lost my account, I'm going to be throwing hands with EA. Like, ding, 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 get my account back, bitches. Or we're going to throw some hands.
Come here.
I want to play my old buddy Trick here. Even though I'm 18, I could block you, all y'all motherfuckers. I'm going to give you the Mike Tyson special. I'm going to give you the Mike Tyson special.
You would. Wasn't he a woman beater too?
Rapist.
Oh my god. That's like the stamp of approval in this chat now. Of Mike Tyson Life Eater 2.0.
Convicted rapist.
I'm not the one that beat her. Her mother did. So it's her
Oh, but
fault
you
for
enjoyed
just-
it, you freak.
Hey, I was just happy that she got her lesson for what she did to me. So.
Don't you have a girlfriend to go beat up?
I ain't got no girlfriend right now. I'm happily single. That's me. I ain't got to do it no more. Yee. I'd rather be single than fucking get married. Honestly. If I'm 30 and I don't have a kid, I'd be happy. I'll have my own car. I could go. Did they add Squid Game to fucking Call of Duty Mobile?
I don't fucking know.
They've added a bunch of weird shit that I don't understand.
I don't want to see any new weapons. I ain't got no new weapons.
They're starting to go the way of PUBG Mobile and adding really weird modes.
Bullshit.
Been delivered.
Ooh, should I get the RUS or the AK-74U comprised or the Hog 10 MX9? Because I get these for free. So which one should I get? One or the other?
RUS, I guess.
Yep. The MX9, Hang 10, or the comprise AK-74U.
The safe zone is collapsing.
AK-74U. Or, yeah, the AK.
True. It looks ass on my screen. Do I have a suppressor on it? Oh, I only get it for 14 days. That's a bunch of bullshit.
To victory.
So Trev, I've seen some successful streams, and they're nothing.
Voidwalker activated.
There's one lady with a really cheap ass face cam. It might be the one on her laptop, just sitting in her garage,
playing
her cluttered garage, playing music, and she's got viewers.
Oh, the VLK's coming to the game.
You got any opinions on streams that are successful like that shouldn't be?
The VLK Rogue and the digital.
Depends. I have a sneaking suspicion that there is a large number of foreign streams that are actually money laundering operations.
This is a white chick though, in Arizona.
Got a lot of meth in Arizona, don't they? I just got fucking destroyed by 4 people at once. I hate that it automatically jumps off the fucking ledge you fly. I wanted to stand on the ledge and light them all up.
Bro, everybody say that freaking Cold War Call of Duty was so ass. No, it's not. Y'all never got the chance to play it because y'all always have some figures to worry about. People, if you've never played Call of Duty in your life,
This counts towards ranked? Are you serious? That match was dumb. I can't believe that counted towards my rank. That shit was stupid.
I call that bullshit. A bullshit.
Oh god, that fucking... Man, that's unfortunate. It's like really unfortunate. Yeah. That's quite unfortunate.
Bro, what is this light? It's like a... Oh, I got flashing lights. That's cool. Hold on. I'll make it like a red. Be red. Be red, bitch. There we go. That's nice. Yeah. Actually, no, that's going to be freaking smooth. Nice. All right, that's
Thing not fucking. I hate this
smooth.
fucking thing is not reloading properly. Log
Bro.
back in.
I feel so wrong about my LED lights, bro. I forgot I got handheld controlled. I should put it on TV. Fuck. It's the VLK Rogue. That's the new one.
Yeah, I just unlocked it.
I'm gonna go to shooting range and try out. I need to download all this bullshit first, but it's gonna cost me so much fucking data. So much data just to get this shit. What's the new camo? Do we know?
I
I don't know either.
don't pay attention to that shit.
Nephritite? Ooh. It's like gold and bronze and metal mixed together.
Yeah, Trev, let me get my vape so I can come join you. I'll be right there.
This is why I don't vape. It's stupid.
I'm quitting smoking, so
Yeah. Live your life.
I'll make cigarettes. Just fucking weaning myself off the rest of the way with a vape.
There's you nicotine pouches. That's what brother use.
I don't like the nicotine patches. Plus, like, if you fall asleep with one of them on, it gives you like crazy fucking nightmares and shit. Sometimes I'm not a fan of them. I'm like, I'll just take the vape for a little while. Like
pouches.
Oh, pouches? Nah, I ain't freaking trying to get gum cancer and shit.
My brother uses this company, but they don't use like real nicotine. It's like some fake bullshit.
Yeah, well, that's what's in vapes anyway. So, fucking, I'm only gonna smoke the vape temporarily. Once this thing's done, I'm not gonna smoke it anymore. I'm fucking finished.
Ooh. What is these? Daily challenges. Join matches and claim rewards. I get guns.
Oh shit! I forgot to claim mine. Now I gotta do one more match.
I need
Another one of this dumb one here. This is. I
I'll come with you.
Oh, you're coming with me? Shit! I just started here. I'll cancel.
Yeah.
I'll cancel. I'll quit.
Ooh,
I haven't played that map yet. I want to see
Continue
it.
investigating for as much intel as you can. The
the
Tontine
VR
are very
map is called.
secretive. Who knows what they've hidden?
Ooh, what's it called?
Fry.
Oh.
ARAI.
Oh, I know what map you're talking about. Oh,
I can't believe it counts towards rank. That's fucking insane.
Ooh, this dingo skin looks clean. It's like dark matter mixed in with the gun.
I'm not even gonna fill the squad. Let's just rock. We'll just go with the two of us.
I'll join you on a minute here.
It was totally fucking bots. The last team that killed me was just 4 bots. I was like triangled by 4 bots.
And the Kurohana Corporation will compensate you for any additional intel you recover.
White skin looks so clean. That looks crispy. Now I want it. And you got the Graza. Oh, that's ugly. Huh? Looks pretty decent. What's in this store? What is this? A Shock RC? A Seeker? What the fuck is that? It's a purple skin. Whatever the fuck it is. It's like a little drone. Have y'all seen what this skin is from?
It's a cool looking map.
The RC car.
It's smaller than it looks, though. Like, I wanted to go explore the fucking skyscrapers and shit you're about to see when we fly in, but that's in the red zone. You can't go over there. It's out of bounds. So it's actually mad tiny. The map is small as fuck.
Digital Dawn. That's a cool little art. I always see that in Call of Duty, though. Start the date. Okay.
It's kind of ridiculous that you can't go to the skyscrapers because it fucking...
That's bullshit.
I know. It's all in the red zone. They have a whole city in the other BR map. Fucking the new fucking fuck you city. And, nothing on this one. That is fucking ridiculous. Yeah, it's over there being rendered. That's the crazy part. It's being rendered, but you can't fucking join it.
I haven't been on since 8-1-2025. Whoa, I wasn't on that during that time. I'm getting so much fucking loot right now. I don't even give a fuck. You just give me all my shit. We'll be happy. Oh yeah, I forgot they added the Titan 3. I'm a dumbass. Hey.
I got first blood.
Oh my god, it still didn't download my shit. Fucking a-holes. Right? Anything new? Any new perks? Oh, nope, same shit for the reds. Any new perks for green? Serpentine? Why the fuck did they add Serpentine? That's stupid. How good is the Serpentine perk? Oh shit, that's busted.
I haven't tried it. I haven't played in a year.
Assassin, 90 seconds in a match. High threat enemies are marked on the mini-map. Extra score bonus
one to you
for eliminating enemies except search and destroy. Canines activated 3
You
streaks.
got one following me.
Ratio over 4 without dying.
Probably a bot.
Assassin? Oh, that's fucking
It's
stupid.
up there somewhere. I can't see it.
Any new tacticals? Ooh, the Dowser grenade. That's new. Nullifies the negative effects brought by Molotov cocktails, gas grenades, thermites, etc. That's stupid as fuck. But that's actually a smart fucking tactical. And then Flash Strike. Special tactical that can cause a flash drill by drilling through covers. The tip is fragile. And it's easily destroyed. Oh, so you straight up throw it at somebody and they just insta. So it's like an insta flash thing, which is stupid.
I'm gonna go towards whatever the fuck this is that's marked on the map. I don't know what it is, but I think it's a mission or something.
What the fuck is controlled field? It helps soldiers capture the objective range. That is fucking stupid.
Stupid wall.
Available
66, big time. 66, what up? Thank you for the follow, man.
Right here.
Oh shit. This map is weird. It's loaded with bots. I can't believe it counts towards rank.
What? They had the XM4?
You are so excited about this. Why did you stop playing it?
Because I got bored of this bullshit.
Yeah, I'm bored of it too. Right?
Playing against
odds. But I'm doing a podcast after I'm done playing. Doing a dry run for a podcast I'm starting.
I mean, shit, I'll be featured on that shit. I mean, hey.
Everybody's welcome to fucking join in, really. Part of it.
Meanwhile, just don't say no curse words. Rule.
Yeah, try to be ridiculous. We're actually gonna have like semi-serious discussion. It's gonna be about lighthearted shit though. We're gonna be talking about fucking high strangeness, like UFOs, UAPs, Bigfoot, shit like that.
Regular BS. Well, this XM4 looks so clean. Oh, I want to go in the shooting ring and try it out. Any new snipers? No. Fuck no, of course.
Is MK gonna be on the podcast?
Probably later on. When I have my medicine in. I ain't got it on.
Because I don't really want to deal with non-stop talking while we're trying to do that.
I'll just mute myself. They added the Rally. I think I played with her the other round, yeah. They added any new SMGs? Of course they did. Well, I was here when they released the US 99. The US 9. The VLK. I think that's from MW 2019, right? The VLK. Am I right? Wow. Well, I should know this because we played MW 2018. Or 19, I should say. I think I got Type 62. Bro, I love Cold War. Cold War. I'm sorry I talked to
you. Fucking mission or whatever.
I'm sorry, wow.
Mission start.
Well done. You recovered one of their security keys.
Finally. About damn time. We can finally equal out the fucking playing field for once.
What do I do? Oh, I gotta go. We gotta go there now.
Oh, I gotta get 30 headshots? Oh. Nails. Fuck us. Dream Aura. Oh, I forgot about that. I got that before. Come on, give me the good. Give me the good. HVK Odin MW11. What is that? Oh, is that the pistol?
Yes.
Power Nova Camo. That's not XM4. Really? I get the. Oh my god! I get the assault rifle that I wanted. That's fucking nuts. Fuck you, Call of Duty.
Oh.
And it's for the gun I needed. You got to leave. I'm about to throw hands. I got it for another gun, though.
Why, is your girlfriend there?
No, I'm about to throw hands.
You are the first to acquire the security key.
That's what's about to happen.
Be warned. Others may have been notified of its location.
Kids at Twitch ban your ass. Well, they won't, because they don't give a fuck. What camo did I get this gun for? This game's bugging. Oh my god, I hate this game. Check your iPhone storage for space. Mother trucker! I'm just about to throw hands at this fucking game right now. About to throw my phone across the room and break it. I don't want to delete Roblox and have to redo my freaking data all over again, blah, 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 blah. But it's for a good cause, my friend. Wait, I know what shit I could delete. Hold up, I'll be bad, boys. I can't say what the app is, but it's bad. And my phone is slowly lagging. Why is my phone lagging? So, Trev, how's your day going?
Not bad. Not bad. Can't complain.
I remember when I played with WoW, I was like, I quit. We were playing Apex one day, he said, I'm done. I quit. He had enough Apex for one day. He kept on dying. Oh, now I want to download all the BS. Well, fuck you. Now, let's go try out. Please check your phone for iPhone storage. Oh my god. Is it Instagram? Please look at Instagram. Right, look at Instagram. What app has the most of my data on? What's the most app that has the most of my data on? Fuck you.
Roblox.
Apparently Roblox. Go ahead and go to side. My most game with all the data. Let's keep scrolling. Oh shit, it's a date nap.
Of course it is.
I'm joking. The most one is that data is Discord. I'm joking. No, it's fucking Hoop, which is a date nap that has 768,006 megabytes. Holy shit. I want to see if something can beat that. Let's see. Oh. My camera has about 643 kilobytes. Is that bigger than megabytes or no? No, right?
Wait, how much?
Kilobytes are bigger than megabytes, right?
No. There's 1,024 kilobytes in a megabyte.
So what has the most kilobytes? Of course, it's a fucking game that has the most. But my top game that only has 44-3 gigabytes. So it looks like I'm deleting a fucking date nap.
There's 1,024 megabytes in a gigabyte. 1,024 gigabytes in a terabyte.
My Pokemon? The only thing that has the most gigabytes is
that was lame. That was just bots.
44 gigabytes.
I know.
19
the
gigabytes.
map is cool, but it's just bots.
I know. And it counts towards rank. That's so disappointing.
219 gigabytes for Roblox, and then
It's too
193
easy. It lets you rank
gigabytes.
up fast if you do that. You can just sit there and play that stupid ass map and rank up.
You know what? I might delete this fucking card game, bro. I have not played it in a while, but it has a good community, so. Sorry, good friend. It was a good cause. The racing game is still staying, but it's another racing
You
game.
still get. I think you get more rank points in regular BR, but that shit is just. There was nothing to it. Like it's boring. We just fucking walked around and killed everybody. Like it was fucking boring as shit.
Your daily reward is ready. Shut the fuck up, Poop. You're a fucking date nap. Get the hell out of here. Tired of being single. God damn it.
You were just saying you were happily single, and now you're like, I'm tired of being single.
I'm regretting it really badly.
Jesus fucking Christ, man. Make up your goddamn mind.
Bro, I've been time, alright. It's different deal with that shit.
Hey.
You just sit on my face right now. I ain't gonna fucking lie. I wish I could. If it was what Latina did on my sit on my face, y'all hear me freaking mumbling. Got the folded stock for the fucking RAL? That is stupid. Why would Eddie Call of Duty have that? Remember this, the RAL LMG. Worst LMG that could ever come in 2019 Warzone. Yep, not this bitch sucks ass. Get the fuck out of here. I want to try the new fucking assault rifle. Fuck you. Fuck you, bitch. I forgot I got the lag 43 unlocked. Only AR that's unlocked right now is a fucking hooligan, bitch. What are the weapon skills? Tough as regular long shots. Rear grip. Okay. Magazine. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Call of Duty. Man, let's talk about that Super Bowl halftime show. That was funny as hell.
Super what?
Halftime show?
Oh, the Super. Oh, I didn't watch it.
Lamar Lily. Hey, Goddess. Say Drake. I'm like, oh shit. Oh, Drake's about to have a field day with this one. Me and my friends, we were just standing there laughing. So, oh my god, yeah, Drake's about to die for real. Okay.
Oh,
okay.
Shit. Yes. Let's go.
Okay. Call of Duty, you might.
Okay.
Welcome to Battle Royale.
Finish his match.
The match is about to start.
Yep.
Time for the mission. Get ready.
Oh, he's making you jump lead.
Oh yeah, the Glocko. The rock. Crocco with the vodka. Yeah, what's the luminescent? My dumbass my rock man's here.
Hey.
I thought Blue was in here. That's what
Blue is back. You'll may be able to see on the stream.
Oh, what you talking about?
Cold in here.
Yes!
Yeah.
Sounds a little.
How do you stay in here?
I got a hoodie on.
Well, I guess that wouldn't work.
I had to shut I was leaving the door open so it would stay warm in here, but fucking the cats were crawling behind the computer and getting tangled up in wires and shit, and I was like,
What's
nope,
this?
time to leave. It's a fucking capture card. Bing.
First blood.
First blood, some fuck.
They added the
Playing with WoW. So much that hot.
Oh, Blue, I said hi, I love her.
He said, hi, I love you.
Tell her that MK's here too.
MK's here, too.
So much that hot.
Says hi. Don't beat your girlfriend.
Oh my god, quit bringing that up.
What do you say?
He said, oh my god.
That was a long time ago, bro. I don't remember that shit. This was a 4. And then I don't remember her name. I don't even remember her name at all. Thank you. It was like 10 minutes or some shit. Didn't they add like some new shit to the game? Like some sort of like fucking like what was
Chip terminal is almost ready.
Or did they get rid of that? Do y'all know?
I couldn't hear you. I was shooting somebody.
Come on, why you fucking
Still
talk?
shooting people.
The line.
Might have been.
Come back.
What the heck?
The
Love
safe
you.
zone is collapsing.
Wait, combat advisor? Training with your advisor to practice own skills. Advisor and trainers to become stronger together, team up with grant follow believe benefits with one cord. How do you find an advisor? How do you do that? What the fuck is that?
Airdrop has been delivered.
What the fuck is an advisor? What is this shit?
Dude, right under me. Got him.
Airdrop
is coming.
Let's see. Damn.
I haven't played Call of Duty.
Oops. Gosh, up there.
Hey, yo.
Oh, it's a...
Say, Drake. He like a young. Sell black one. Show you how your little sister phone. So, or you know what customary is, bro? Like, god damn. The fuck is a trainer shit? Is a private match? Oh, I forgot you do other shit. I mean, shit. I would want to go on you, Triv. I'll probably smoke you though. Ooh. I forgot about all the weapons. forgot they did the freaking menu update. Oh, that shit's ugly than motherfucker. I'm glad.
Airdrop is coming.
Shit.
Fucking vehicles out here. Big stupid fucking thing.
Y'all planning on playing some Warzone Mobile? Because I'm down.
Warzone Mobile?
Yeah.
I would like to, but it's... I don't know. Eh.
Oh. Oh, hold up. Hey, I think the BFK might be a good thing this season. I think the BFK is gonna be busted, y'all. Oh, yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah,
That
it's
thing?
faster. Hell yeah. It's faster than that truck. Actually.
Good helicopter?
Yeah.
Show me the slug shotgun. Let's see that. Slug shotgun. No shotgun.
Airdrop has been delivered. Airdrop has been delivered.
Airdrop is coming.
Somebody in here is on a 10 kill streak.
Yeah, the only other player.
Is that them right there?
Nah, that's a NPC
helicopter?
chopper. No, it's not that. The stealth chopper NPC thing.
Stealth chopper. Wait, what is all this? Wait, what?
Yeah, they added a stealth chopper that you can like shoot down and get stuff. Dorito PR, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Whoops. That was dumb. Whatever. Okay.
Bro, we're gonna get training boot camp and S&D training, bro. I want those to come to the game so we get more rewards, bro. Come on. I want to be able to go max out of in one game.
Okay.
I don't even have Tech 9 maxed out.
I'm coming.
That's fucking stupid.
Airdrop delivered.
I said no more about it.
Chip terminal is almost ready. Airdrop has been delivered.
Ooh, we got a vertical control. My mom was doing something next. I'm like, I don't want to go nowhere. I've been home now all week.
Make them know.
My ass not touched grass in a long
The safe
time.
zone is collapsing.
See what we got. Oh, hey, buddy.
God,
I need heavy ammo.
Heavy ammo.
Yeah.
Airdrop is
Right
coming.
here. Got 50 for you.
Thank you.
Yep, yep. Static armor.
Airdrop has been delivered.
Fine. There we go. Damn.
Airdrop is coming. Half of the teams are
There's a
eliminated.
guy above me?
Airdrop has been delivered.
A couple of guys here, actually. Damn, son. Take all my shit.
You were already there and you had it looted? Damn, you're slow.
It was looting. It was looting multiple things.
You were there before me and you didn't
I
even
get
loot.
it. Alright, I'm gonna use that excuse next time. Next time I fucking lose something from you. I'm gonna be like, you were standing there too long. I'm fucking with you. I don't give a shit.
No, I legitimately thought you'd already looted because you were there first. I didn't realize you were that fucking slow.
I have auto loot on. I'm not actually fucking going through it like that. And I missed it the first time. I ran just past the crate and I had to step back to it. Like I just wanted the fucking class driver,
Terminal
but
is almost ready.
don't matter. You didn't have it either, so it's all good. I don't care. Like, I'm not, like, that serious about it. I just felt like saying something because you always say
I'm dead serious, like you were already on the crate. I thought, oh, well, he's got his shit. I'm getting leftovers. Turns out you hadn't even touched it.
Yep.
I'm like, what? What? How?
Airdrop
How
has
can
been
he be
delivered.
that bad at looting?
Yeah. I'm terrible. I'm so slow. Very picky about my equipment.
Down to the last 5 teams. Skill chip ready for upgrade.
There's a Connecticut over here.
Somebody. Couple people.
Only 2 teams left. Getting close to victory.
Damn it. He's the real dude. Kill him. He's plating up behind the tree. He's fucked up. Bum rush his ass. Yeah, boy.
Jim!
You thought he was gonna have an easy match.
He just got fucking deleted.
Ooh, yeah. Fuck, click. There we go. Ah, damn it. There it goes. Yeah, you get more in this match, but still, you get like around half. No, I got like 70 points in the last match with the with that shit map, with that new map, with all bots, and then this one's like 106. So you get like 40 more points or whatever, fucking winning a
I need a break.
regular BR map.
This is boring.
Yeah.
This game does not do it for me.
And like I'm willing to play it up to like a certain rank just to see if there's more people in it, and it's I don't know, I feel like that we should be encountering more players than we are, and it's kind of frustrating
It's a
because
dead game. It's dead. I got a couple friends that play this, and all they're doing is killing bots all day, with maybe one or two real teams throughout the day, and they think they're good at the game, by the way, which is sad. I mean,
I don't know. I mean, the game feels easy too now. That's really frustrating. Like, I don't like that whole new map because that's just nothing but bots, and it adds to your rank. So that's like,
well, that last match, the minute you came across the real guy, you got clapped. So can't
well,
be that easy for you.
no, it's fuck. Well, I was using my M16, honestly. I shouldn't have picked that gun. It was a terrible one to use in BR. And I already just got done killing somebody else before him, so I didn't even have a chance to reload. And he fucking clapped me with a fucking little MX9 or some shit. But I lit him up. That's why I was like, he's plating up. Get him. He's right behind the tree. I was like, he's fucking... He's almost dead. I should have focused on him first. I think he was closer to me initially. I could have taken him out before I went to the other guy. So that was the last fucking team. It was just those two. Like fucking guy who had no name that came up blank as their name, and then the last dude that we killed.
Yeah.
So it was literally a 2v2. That's exactly what that was, and I chose squads, like 4v fucking 4, without filling it, so it was just the two of us going against just two other people in the fucking match. As far as I could tell, I didn't see any fucking real names come across the kill feed. So. That was stupid. Expecting more.
So are you really going to do the podcast portion?
Yeah.
I'm really, really curious.
Might let's see. I'm trying to figure out when I want to do it. I know I'm going to take a short break real quick to heat up some of the chicken that I made earlier for Blue. She's hungry. And
Okay.
debating Blue. I might play another match or two when I come back, and then switch over and do the podcast. I think that's what I'm gonna do, or I'll just switch over to the podcast. I gotta show you the logo. You looking at the stream?
Yeah.
Bam.
Nice. I like it.
Bigfoot's flipping off the alien abducting a cow. That's what the thumbnail is on YouTube, actually. The fucking logo. So I'm like, all right, a little dry run on the podcast. I'm not expecting to have like too much interaction, I don't think, but I'm curious to see what the follow up interest might be. Like, 'cause I tagged with like topics and shit like that in it, like UFO, UAP, all that crap. So we have to do one that's
So
just straight up, like just the
for my
podcast.
stream,
Hmm.
I have an idea.
Okay.
I don't have anything to work with. You have to spend money to make money, but I can't spend any money right now. So I'm going to work with what I got. Cheap camera, whatnot.
Yeah.
It's just, I think it's going to be me sitting in my recliner watching videos. What do you think?
A lot of people do watching streams like that. A lot of people and just chatting. If you go and scroll through just chatting, you'll see mad heads just scrolling through YouTube discussing videos of people.
Like I said, I've seen some bad ones. I mean, not their fault. They're working with limited shit.
Yeah, but
and
your hardware's not really bad either. Like
but what I'm saying is I'm seeing limited people and they're successful.
Yeah. So like
this one lady is in a fucking garage and she's got 20 viewers.
Yeah, that's fucking wow.
Hug.
I'm coming.
Take care of Blue.
Yeah. But yeah,
Blue
it's,
first.
you got your hardware's plenty good, so fucking the only thing that I would change about your setup is probably lighting. You got like yellow light.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that.
I will.
Hi, Blue. I love you.
Lighting can be changed if you get like a ring light or some shit, like an LED ring light for like $10 at Walmart or some shit.
Yeah.
Like, but alright. I am gonna take 5, make some food for Blue. You want more? You want the chicken fingers? The fries?
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty.
Oh, that sounds good.
I know, doesn't it? Alright. Be right back, everyone.
All right. Take care of Blue. I'll be here.
Thank you.
Oh, right. So, let's see here. Change the category. Chat. Ready. Let's see now. Find something weird.
Hey, you know that video I started to watch but didn't finish? The one about NPCs Among Us?
Yeah.
Obviously, that's bullshit. I mean, let's not even get into that part. But on the self-awareness question, how would you measure self-awareness? How would you measure to what degree a person is or is not self-aware?
That's actually a very good question. It's something that has varying degrees of possible answers. Like, they have a lot of different ways that they try to measure consciousness and whatnot, and like how self-aware you are. They use it for animals primarily. Like, they'll do a mirror test with animals, see if they recognize themselves in a mirror. But it's more than that. Like, there's a line that's kind of blurred between consciousness and self-aware, like, because they kind of go hand in hand, but it's,
do you want your Twitch channel to skyrocket? Let me show you how.
No, let's not show. Didn't even click that fucking video. Anyway,
I guess my ultimate question is, how could we ever know? Either way.
Well, we know because of like our experiences, basically. Like, you're experiencing life right in front of you and like reality as you know it, but that gets kind of fucking weird too because of
because
the observation.
At what point are you just reactionary?
Yeah, like we have the observation paradox where we know, quantum fields fucking deteriorate once observed. And that's like the double slit experiment. You saw the video on that. And at what point what part of our reality is generated by our brain versus what's tangibly there? And that's becoming more of like the interesting question right now in physics and philosophy and shit, is figuring out like what.
I think it's pretty obvious most of it is generated by our past life experiences versus what's tangibly there. I mean, you and I could both be looking at a tree. We're not looking at the same thing. I'm looking at something different than you are. It means something different to me than it does to you.
But it's ultimately a tree. We can share that data to each other and understand what we're looking at. It's also like the same thing where they say, like, how do you know the colors that you see are the exact same colors that other people are seeing? Like, how do you know that what's blue to me is red to you? But since you can't physically experience what I'm experiencing, like, there's no way of telling if you're seeing the exact same color. Like, it may look like basically all blues would be like red, but you would never know that blue and red were swapped because you've always grown up understanding the color to be what it is. So like, that's it's weird because we know our consciousness generates a lot. We know our brain generates a lot of shit. Anyway, because our fucking like our peripheral vision, the stuff that you see, like we're focused on what's directly in front of us, essentially, and the stuff that we see out of our periphery is actually being generated by our brain to its best guess of what we're expecting to see there. So seeing something out of the corner of your eye is like highly unreliable because your brain's basically generating everything you're seeing out of the corner of your eye.
Yeah.
It's fucking weird. Like, retrocausality is weird to me, but that just tells me that we're missing something. There's a big piece of the of physics that we just don't understand. There's something missing. Like we say, you can't travel faster than light. That's just not true. There are particles that are faster than light. Like
yes.
There are
particles that are so fast that can be in two places at once, essentially.
Essentially, yeah. So it's I personally think that there is some sort of field that we are not aware of yet. We don't have a way of measuring it, and that's where like you have people that can do remote viewing and have like they're highly intuitive or whatever. And I feel like they're tapping into some sort of field that we don't know how to measure yet. And they find that people that have a higher neuronal density in their caudate ptomen in their brain are more apt to be able to do remote viewing and have intuition and shit that other people don't. It's weird. They're also more likely to see UAPs because of it as well. Which begs the question of what they actually are then. Or how they're actually operating, because there must be something that we are really, really fucking missing. When it comes to the remote viewing thing, that was something I was always very, skeptical on, but there's just so much stuff. There's so much evidence that it's in fact real. One of the best ones is like there's the so they had the Stargate program, like the CIA ran the Stargate program where they were training people to be remote viewers and basically spy on shit by astral projecting or something to that effect. Like they can just leave their body and go and view something, or they could concentrate on something and get images or get ideas of what's there. And apparently they were successful in training these people, and even though there's no acknowledgement of it being a real skill, there are peer-reviewed papers that have shown that it is showing a better than chance that people are actually, fucking really seeing shit quite accurately, more than a 50-50 roll of the dice type of deal. Like they actually are. It's a marked sigma higher, like than chance. I can't remember the exact number though. And then the evidence of the government using it, where Stargate was through the CIA was available to pretty much any government agency that wanted to use it, and one of the top agencies that used it was Department of Homeland Security when it came to stopping, or the Border Patrol and Homeland Security in stopping drugs. They went back to they went back to Stargate, or back to whatever program it was that they were running at the time, 146 fucking times. You're not gonna pay for a fucking bullshit program and go back to it 146 times if it didn't work. It's a repeat customer. So you're gonna tell me it doesn't work? Why were they going back and using these people over and over and over again? Then he had another guy who found a downed Russian spy plane in Africa that Russia couldn't find yet. The pilot ejected and the plane just kept going and fucking crashed in the jungle. And this dude was able to fucking pinpoint exactly where it was. And we found it before Russia did. Because of this guy. And that's a known, declassified, actual thing that happened. So gotta be something going on there. There's also this new thing they did recently. It was called the telepathy tapes. It was a whole podcast thing there where they use children with autism and found out that they can basically read their mother's mind or some shit and are able to communicate, telepathically in a way.
Yeah, and how they all meet up on the chat on the hill and all that.
Yeah.
I would need to see more evidence of all this, though. I don't believe any of it. But
I was the
I would-
same way
I-
until I was
I
the same
need to
way until
see it.
I dug into the Stargate shit and into like the most recent times that it was utilized. And when you dig into that and you actually see like peer-reviewed papers, like scientific papers that are peer-reviewed that show that they had a high fucking accuracy rate. It's weird. It because of that, there's SRI, Stanford Research Institute. They kept studying it for years because they were trying to determine how it worked. They're like, okay, we have evidence that it's working, but how do we know what's causing it, like what they're seeing? So like, they were worried about something called a feedback loop, where they're like, well, maybe they're not actually seeing something or seeing the right location, or like say the downed plane or something like that. Maybe they're just seeing them being confirmed that they got the information correctly. Like they're basically seeing their own future rather than remote viewing something. So they started doing it where they eliminated feedback loops, where they wouldn't tell the viewers if they were correct or not. And it still worked. Like, so they were actually remote sensing somehow, and they've been still racking their heads to figure out how it exactly works, but it works. It actually works, which is weird ass shit. And it's something that allegedly you can train yourself to do.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They speculate it's like a latent ability that's in human beings in general that has just gone by the wayside because we haven't used it in fuck knows how long. But with training, you can actually do it yourself. And it really comes down to like the training essentially allows you to focus on your intuitive thoughts, like your instincts, essentially. So when they give you something that you're gonna view, or they give you a target, for instance, you're given something that's linked to the target in some way, shape, or form, like coordinates, like GPS coordinates, and you're gonna view whatever's there. They the fuck, where was I going with this? Oh man, I'm fucked. Yeah, they're able to remote send shit at like crazy distances. There are peer-reviewed papers that fucking show that they can do it. Government was a repeat customer, multiple agencies, these people doing this, and it's been in programs that the CIA has been running forever, and it's supposed to be a latent ability that you can train yourself to do. So the training essentially allows you to focus on your instinctual thoughts. So they'll give you a target. For instance, it would be coordinates, and when you concentrate and focus on it and you start doing your viewing, it's essentially the first things that come to your mind. You start jotting down. You got to learn how to focus on being able to trust like whatever the gut feeling is or thought that you're getting on said target. And when you're able to actually focus on that intuitive portion of your brain, it tends to be correct, which is really strange. Really, really, really strange. And sometimes, like, and it's also a percentage of like how correct they are too. Like sometimes it'll be highly accurate and detailed. Like, say you're looking for, I know that there's one dude, Chris Ramsey. He has a Area 52 on YouTube. He went to like the Monroe Institute and shit like that to learn how to do it. And like one of the things that he was trying to view was a piece of paper with 4 random numbers written on it. He was like, here, take this piece of paper, write 4 numbers on it, and put it in your room. And I'm gonna go and try to look for it through like the remote viewing session and whatnot. He got images of the room, a desk, a bunch of shit all over the place, like clothes and papers and stuff like that. And then the paper that he was looking for, and he got 3 out of the 4 numbers on it. Now, you would consider that a failure because you couldn't get all 4 numbers. You're like, oh, you're not like psychic. It's not like being super psychic. It's like he got 3 out of the 4 numbers and described the room perfectly. Because she said that she didn't like properly unpack. She had fucking clothes all over the place, papers on her desk and shit like that, and the paper he was looking for was on her desk. So it's like you can't throw out the entire, read because he got all of it except for one of the numbers, and he was like the last number, he's like it was fuzzy, like he couldn't quite, resolve what it was.
Why couldn't he get all 4 numbers?
I don't know. That's the weird thing. It's like it's something like you're like 90% correct all the time and shit, and that little 10% people are like, oh no, they couldn't do it, and it's like, well, you get one number wrong. You're not trying to fucking figure out the lottery numbers for the next fucking jackpot. You're trying to. They use them essentially for reconnaissance. They'd be like, locate this plane, or what do you see in the building at this location? And there was one dude who had extreme accuracy, and he died under suspicious circumstances. And there was later a KGB assassin that fucking claimed to have taken him out. But this guy was able to, like, he could fucking get incredibly accurate information, like to the point where he was able to, like, they had him. This was the funny part. So again, this is like how it has to do with the feedback loop, and how there's certain, if you're given too much information up front, you would have certain assumptions that your brain's gonna make, and you can't have assumptions going in because that'll fucking screw up the read. So he was assuming that he was gonna be, looking at a military location, and he was given the location that he was given was for a vacation cabin that one of the agents or whatever had and shit. So he's talking about how there's radar dishes, and there's a bunker, and there's fucking filing cabinets, and in the filing cabinets there's folders labeled project. I can't remember what the project name was, but he had it 100% correct. And they're like, oh no, you didn't get it right. This is my vacation cabin. I don't know what you're looking at. Fucking 2 miles away from his vacation cabin was a top secret fucking NSA like listening post that the agent didn't even know about. And it caused a whole shitload of problems. And you could, again, declassified documents where you can see him going back and forth, like wondering how the fuck this dude figured out the name of like an extremely top secret project and its location. And that was when the government started taking him like really serious, when this guy was able to do that, and they went to the races with it. It was wild. It's really, really weird. But I honestly think it's possible to a certain degree.
I find it all just so hard to believe. I would like seriously need.
I don't know. I have a little bit of I might have some bias because I've had dreams and stuff that were completely benign dreams, like nothing special, like just like it would be like something happened normally during the day. It'd be like the dream was just like almost like reliving a memory, and they would not make sense. And then sometime later, those dreams would actually come true, like, to the T. And it'd be something completely, like, benign, like I'm saying, like working on a window or something like that, or shopping somewhere, or going to a fair, like some little stupid shit, like nothing of note that would make it stick out. And then they would come true at some random time.
Coincidence.
Not with that much detail.
Yeah, it's
the one that's
coincidental enough to convince you.
No, I don't believe that for a second, because one of the dreams was of my stepfather before I even met him. Like to the T. We were at a fucking fair. What is this dog barking for?
I don't know.
Right, yeah,
He heard the cat do something.
Oh man.
And then started.
Hold on, let me fix him.
Fix your dog.
It acted like he's broken.
tighten the screws up on him or something.
Hey, wow.
Hey, how you doing, Jimmy?
Doing good. Just got done playing PUBG just now. Chilling.
Oh,
Yeah.
Hi, wow.
Man,
hi, Blue.
PUBG is so annoying, I swear to God.
Fucking dog is
I missed you,
malfunctioning.
Blue.
What'd you say, wow?
You're not even my fiance, but I missed you.
I missed you too.
Your voice sounds like heaven to me.
Thanks.
I'm gonna search for.
Bug, tell them about what happened to me when I was a kid.
What?
When I would fall asleep on the top bunk.
Oh yeah, she would have out of body experiences falling asleep, and it's weird because the way she described it is to the T how it was like how it's described by people that actually do like remote viewing out of body things. There's like a weird vibration you start to feel. You feel like you're sinking or floating and shit like that, and you can actually see
I didn't even
yourself.
watch the video.
Yeah, I know, it was weird. I played one of the videos where that guy from Area 52 was talking about his experience, and fucking, it's like, it was to the T what she described to me, which was really,
And I
really
described
weird.
it years before.
Yeah.
I have had an out of body experience after getting extremely drunk and high.
Yeah.
I can't explain it. All I know is I was struck by how different I looked actually looking at myself than the picture I had of myself in my head. You look different. You look different than what you think you look when you're out of your body looking at you.
Yeah.
And that's what struck me the most.
That's what all of them say. Like, everybody who's done it, they look back, and a lot of times when it first happens, it's spontaneous, and they don't realize it's happening, and when they turn around and look at themselves, they get so scared they snap back into their body. It's weird.
Yeah, that's what struck me though too. It always stuck with me how because I see myself in the mirror all the time, but when you're actually out of your body and looking at you without a mirror, you're not what you think you look like.
And if you get one of these, let me know how you like it.
The music throughout this video has been enhanced with Monroe sound.
I don't know how to explain that experience
to maximize
really
its ability to expand
That's
your
part of the same thing.
And for a greater listening
It's
experience,
all part of the same shit.
We strongly advise the use of headphones.
Here's one. This is the guy
October
from Area
29th,
52. He describes his
3:09 a.m.
experience here.
2023. This was the first time I left my body.
I love this guy's videos. They're fucking... The production value is insane on this.
After getting home from work,
can you pipe the audio into my
looking forward
Discord,
to
or?
getting a good night's rest.
Yeah, I should be able to.
But after giving up my usual routine of nighttime substances, I was having a hard time falling asleep these days.
Pause it. Virtual camera. Good.
You put it in the wrong channel.
What?
You put it in COD Mobile instead of General.
I mean, I put it in COD. I'm not in COD Mobile. Nothing's in COD Mobile. I'm in General.
On Discord.
I'm looking at Discord right now. I'm in General.
Okay.
We're all in General.
A picture of your stream just popped up in COD Mobile channel.
I don't see it. That's weird.
Wow.
I see.
What the fuck am I on?
I see it in General.
I see it in COD Mobile.
That's fucking weird. Weird. Let's see here.
Days.
Are you getting the audio from it or not?
So that night, I decided to give myself a head start with some melatonin. Now, melatonin has really been known to help improve sleep quality and induce a deeper state of sleep. But what I didn't know is that I was also beginning to feel the effects of what is called REM rebound. REM stands for rapid eye movement, and it's the deepest form of sleep. It's where lucid dreams happen.
Damn it.
And REM rebound happens when you've been regularly consuming alcohol or cannabis, and the amount of natural REM sleep that your body requires is backed up, like water in a floodgate.
Let me bring up your stream.
Only to be released when you quit consuming for about a week.
Yeah,
and throughout this week, the dreams I was
echo,
having
though.
would get increasingly vivid. And my memory of them subsequently became stronger.
If I bring up your stream on this PC, I'm going to hear an echo.
Yeah.
After fighting off the urge to stay awake for about an hour, it was time to lie down.
Yeah, there should be a way to pipe it into me. Right?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I can fucking...
What the f*** was that? That wasn't a dream. Or at least, it didn't feel like a dream. It felt like surreal. More than real.
Like a virtual fucking...
I remember waking up from a dream, and everything around me was fuzzy and without color. I remember an intense vibration throughout my body, a humming, and the feeling of weightlessness. And I remember lifting slowly, about 3 feet above my bed. And in a second, sheer terror and fright enveloped my body. I've never been this scared. This was different. This somehow was real. My immediate thought was, can I go back? And if so, will it frighten me? I told myself I wouldn't be scared. So the next day I repeated the same process. Got home from work, swallowed the pill, and waited. Was again. The grainy reality. The buzzing. I lifted about 4 feet above the bed this time before deciding to turn around.
So what's this
only
about?
To see the scariest thing
I don't
I've
hear
ever
shit.
seen in my life.
So,
my own body.
he's having an out-of-body
I scrambled to get
experience.
back into my body like a hand into a discarded lifeless.
And then he goes to the Monroe Institute,
beating.
learn how to control it. And like how to do it basically.
So I registered my LLC. Now what? Now Taylor Brands takes you step by step.
It goes hand in hand with remote viewing and shit as well. He's done remote viewing, and had like he didn't believe it would work at all.
The next day,
had crazy
I found
results
myself
with
scanning
it.
the internet for similar stories, and
I want to try it.
To my surprise, the symptoms
One of
I
these days.
described were echoed by hundreds.
It's something
of
that we could
thousands of
actually
people.
do. Like, you can
Fuzziness,
set something up, and
vibration,
I would have
the
to
lack
try
of
and
color.
remote view it, and vice
They
versa.
all seem to be pointing to one thing.
Be
the
kind of
Monroe
cool.
Institute. I
You
first
actually got
heard of
to
the
work.
Monroe Institute from Major Ed Dames during my investigations of viewing.
Bob Monroe wrote the book Journeys Out of Body, specifically trying to convince people that you're more, quote, you're more than your physical self.
And then from Joe McMonigal.
I had had spontaneous out-of-bodies after my first near-death experience. Department of Defense decided that I should learn to control them. So they found the guy who is best at it, and that was Robert Monroe at the Monroe Institute.
It seemed to be the common that bound these two phenomena.
You got headphones?
So I decided to reach out to the Institute and inquire about attending what they call the Gateway Experience.
So if you put headphones
a
on, you
week
should
of
be
guided
able to
meditation and
open up
training,
my stream
which would
and
apparently
not get an echo.
allow me to leave my body once again. Robert, or Bob Monroe, was not initially a seeker of extraordinary experiences.
Every
He
time
began
you
his
talk
career
and
as a
stream-
successful radio broadcasting executive.
Every time you...
But in 1958, something happened that would change his life and the lives of many others forever. Bob Monroe started experiencing spontaneous out-of-body episodes.
As in 1958, then, I had this great, frightening, terrifying change take place in my life. Simply put, at that time, I began to experience moving out of my body. Shortly before this big thing took place in 58, I also began to experience a funny kind of vibration, as if my body were shaking, but there was no feeling of shaking. It was just internal. After 25 or 30 more times of experiencing this vibration, I thought, well, if it's going to kill me, let it kill me. So I waited and waited and waited. And after a while, after about 5 minutes, it faded away, and I was still alive. So I thought, now I know it won't kill me. And on this one famous night, as we're in 1958, as I was waiting for this vibration to end, and as I waited and waited and thought how nice this is going to be, suddenly I felt something bumping against my shoulder. When I discovered that what I was bumping against was the ceiling of my bedroom. Down there in the bed below me was my wife lying in bed, and beside her was a man. Whom would I think of who would be in bed with my wife? And I said, I can't resist finding out. So I moved a little closer, and then this great shock came over me, because the person in bed with my wife was me. And then the fright came, the terror. What am I doing? Am I dying? Let me get back quick, something. So I went through the air like this, swimming through the air to get back to the body. Pang, got back in the body. That was the first time.
Imagine being fully conscious, yet finding yourself outside your physical body, witnessing the world from a perspective that challenges everything you knew about existence. Well, this was his reality. These experiences were not mere hallucinations or dreams. They were vivid, consistent, and transformative, prompting Monroe to delve deeply into understanding what was happening to him. And this quest led to the foundation of the Monroe Institute in 1971 in Faber, Virginia. The Institute was created as a research education center dedicated to the exploration of human consciousness and the phenomena of altered states, including out-of-body experiences, or OBEs. One of Monroe's significant contributions to this field was the development of hemisync technology, short for hemispheric synchronization.
I've tried this hemisync before.
This audio guidance system uses specific sound patterns to synchronize the brain's hemispheres, facilitating the achievement of altered states of consciousness. Now, obviously, this caught the attention of the CIA. They saw potential in these techniques for enhancing cognitive and perceptual abilities, which could be valuable for intelligence operations. And in 1978, they began collaborating with the Monroe Institute as part of Project Center Lane, an initiative focused on the exploration of parapsychological phenomena. If Center Lane rings a bell, it's also where remote viewing got started. Through this collaboration, the CIA and the Monroe Institute worked to refine the gateway process. This series of techniques aimed to expand human consciousness, develop awareness of inner resources, and unlock hidden capabilities of the mind. The work conducted during this period remains a significant part of the Monroe Institute's legacy and continues to influence the field of consciousness studies. Through hemisync, thousands of people have been able to experience deep meditative states, lucid dreaming, and most importantly, OBEs. This technology represented a breakthrough, offering a practical tool to explore these altered states systematically. Monroe didn't just keep his discoveries to himself, he shared his journey and insights through his writings. His first book, Journeys Out of the Body, published in 1971, detailed his early experiences and theories about OBEs. This was followed by Far Journeys in 1985 and Ultimate Journey in 1994. These works provided a roadmap for those seeking to understand the nature of consciousness and the potential of human experience beyond the physical body. They resonated with many, offering a sense of validation and a framework for their own experiences. The Monroe Institute today continues to be a beacon for those exploring the boundaries of human consciousness. It offers a variety of programs and workshops, not only on OBEs, but also on other related phenomena such as remote viewing, lucid dreaming, and near-death experiences. And it just so happens they were about to open it up to creators. You see, for the first time in history, a select group of people would be allowed full access to the Institute during the Gateway experience. It was time to head back to Virginia.
What's your favorite flavor of sunflower seed? Barbecue. Barbecue? We got a barbecue. We got a ranch? No ranch. Barbecue. You can have another flavor here.
They got a collaboration. I have a collaboration with these people.
That sounds fine. All right, try the cinnamon churro then. Try the cinnamon churro. Honest feedback though, boys. If it's bad, it's bad. If it's good, it's good.
Yeah, how you know if they're good?
Well, I mean the seed size.
This is funny. I actually have a collab going on with them. I'm waiting for my sunflower seeds to arrive. They're sending me a huge box with like fucking a dozen different like various flavors, like variety pack.
I've just arrived at the Monroe Institute. We are currently in or near Nellysford, Virginia, where I came to meet Joe McMoneagle almost a year ago.
Wonder if I
actually.
can mute you.
Right now, I'm in my very own room. So this is the bed. They've got these.
Well, am I echoing? If you got headphones on, I shouldn't be echoing.
Check units or controlled holistic environmental
Well, yeah,
change.
because
These units were
I'm
meant to
hearing
make
you
go to
in
sleep quicker
Discord and
give you
on
a
your
deeper
stream that I'm
sleep
watching.
experience while making you feel more alert and refreshed.
I
when you
hear
wake up
myself
due to
as
the
well.
isolation provided by the blackout curtains, sound deadening walls, and as well as the integrated speakers, volume control, and headphones in each unit.
Never been on a retreat. This is a first for me. It is kind of counterintuitive to be at a retreat with so much camera gear, but everybody staying here is also filming their experience, and that's what this whole sort of creator retreat is about. We're going to be meeting other creators here during the week, interviewing them, but I'm going to take you through every single part of the process as much as I can, as much as I'm allowed to, and figure out how to leave my body.
Okay, my full name is Arcaides Escarmendi. My nickname is Arky, and what I do mainly is to train Monroe.
All these trainers and shit like went there too to try it, and then they were just like, I want to do this. I want to teach other people.
I had my job, and this was like, you know, something I would do for fun. But then before I knew, it became biggest part of my life.
You've had out-of-body experiences.
Yes.
Can you talk us through the very first one?
I think I was like 16 at the time, and I was totally oblivious to the concept of out-of-body experiences. And I was reading a book, and I can't even remember which book it was, and it wasn't dedicated to the out-of-body experience, but there was like a tiny paragraph talking about it. And then like a very brief technique on how to do it. And it was just a few words, so there wasn't much of a technique there anyway, but I was fascinated. I was like, is it real? If this is real, I want to try. So I tried and I tried and I tried every night, and all of a sudden, one night I started feeling this vibration, and it started at my feet, and then started creeping up my feet. And
yeah, like that's the key there. The vibration is like one major commonality.
Experience. So I was really excited, but then it sort of reached my midsection, and I freaked out. And I remember my heartbeat went from very, very slow because I was in a very deep trance to super fast. And then I freaked out. I was like, oh my God, am I gonna have a heart attack now? So then I eventually got used to those vibrations. So I eventually let them take over my whole body, and I knew it was gonna be okay, and my heartbeat was fine, and it was just fear initially. And then eventually it popped out. And I wouldn't go very far. I would just maybe walk a few steps in my room and then look back and see my body laying there in bed. That freaked me out, to be honest. And then eventually I ventured out of the window. And the one thing I remember more distinctly is being in front of the glass, in front of the window, and thinking, I'm gonna do this really, really slowly. And looking at my hand and thinking, can I stick my hand through the glass? And sure enough, I could. And I did it very slowly so I could feel it. And you can actually feel it. The feeling was like there was some slight resistance, but you could still get it through. And then, yeah, I would get out of the window and just fly away. Yeah, over the years, I had them in all colors and shapes. The one main thing I got from the out-of-body experience is the absolute knowledge that I would transcend physical mortality. And it's such a strong knowing, it's not a belief anymore. You just know, and you cannot go back to knowing. And being aware of your own immortality, that's huge. That's a huge, huge life changer. Only for that, it's well worth it.
It is now nighttime. We had orientation and got to learn about the program. They're going to play a proprietary frequency in our ears, and this is going to be the first exercise. And
What
it's
if he's
playing now,
wrong?
So here we go.
He could be wrong. I don't think it's an answer to immortality.
The lights off.
Like that doesn't.
No. What if you need the physical body in order to have the experience?
Exactly. Like it's I wouldn't immediately jump to the conclusion that you're immortal and that you exist outside of your body, because if your body's like going back to what I was saying before, how I think there's some sort of like field that we interact with that we haven't been able to detect yet, and if our physical bodies allow us to be the interface for said field, allowing us to have out-of-body experiences and fly around in the ether, if you will, like you're essentially doing it in that field, and this is how you're manifesting it in your brain, because your brain and your physical body is still going to be the equipment that you're using to interact with that field. So
Right.
I wouldn't immediately think like, oh, I exist outside of my body and that's my soul. I wouldn't take that belief. I'd see it more as a latent ability in a human being that's that we don't yet understand.
That's my point. Is you may need your brain in order to do this.
Yeah, exactly. I think you do, because you have Dr. Gary Nolan. He did a lot of studies on like the Havana syndrome, people that had interactions with UFOs and UAPs. A lot of them would have they would have strange medical issues after coming into contact with a UAP or UFO, and some of the common effects were like it had to do again with the caudate putamen, and it's like in the center of your brain. Essentially, it's what's most likely responsible for the interaction of the different parts of our brain to allow consciousness to manifest. It's where our intuition lies, all that shit. Like it's all coming from that particular part of the brain, and people that have a higher neuronal density there are more likely to have UAP experiences and be able to do remote viewing and all that. So right there it tells you that it's a biological feature. So I don't see how like the soul is just it's a concept in religion. It's not a concept in science, because there's no way to prove that it exists. And the likelihood of something like that existing in that way is pretty fucking, like, I don't know, it's still out there. I could see us being able to do remote viewing and have remote, perception and shit like that, but it would have to do with something that we're interacting with in some way that we don't know how to detect. I mean, you have same thing with quantumly entangled particles. Like, you have a particle that's quantumly entangled with another particle, It's they share opposite states. So if one's spinning up, the other one's spinning down. If you change the spin of either particle, the other one immediately changes as well. There's no delay. No matter how far away the two particles are from each other. They could be on the other side of the universe and it's still instantaneous. And that violates like all sorts of laws of physics because that's information being transferred faster than light. So how is that happening?
That's what I said earlier.
Yeah, so like that. So if we're able to perceive something at a remote distance, like do remote viewing, then we have to be interacting with the same thing that allows entangled particles to transfer information instantly. So again, like there's probably some sort of weird quantum field out there that we interact with, but we don't know how to detect it yet or how to prove it. But there's a shitload of anecdotal evidence that says, yeah, like we got some weird science.
But all in all, this last guy we just saw talking, like I said, he's probably wrong. I feel like the brain has to be alive in order for you to have this experience.
Yeah, I think so too. Maybe because he would probably try to argue and say like, oh, what about the out-of-body experiences when someone like dies on the operating table and they see themselves and blah blah blah, and it's like your brain doesn't die
we don't
immediately.
know how.
Like
Exactly,
it
we
takes
don't
a
know
while
how
for
long
your
it
brain to
takes
actually die.
Yeah, we don't know how long it takes that part of the brain to die.
Yeah, well, we know it takes a while for the brain entirely to actually die all the way, like beyond salvage. Like, so your heart can stop, you can be clinically dead, and your brain's gonna be fine for several minutes before there's any major issue. And then even then, you'd only be getting some brain damage at that point, and then yeah, it's a slow deterioration. So
yeah, I just wanted to point it out that this guy that statement seemed a little could be wrong.
yeah, he was taking a far more spiritual approach to it, but that's it's whatever. I see it as there's an actual science to it that these experiences and remote viewing, there is something to it. Like the peer-reviewed paper is showing like double-blind studies that they did and shit, like show that there is something to it. I just think I don't think there's anything. I hate the term paranormal. I fucking hate paranormal because paranormal doesn't exist. If you can observe something and you have
paranormal is just a label for something.
It's a terrible label. It's used too widely. So like the point is just because something strange happens doesn't mean there's a paranormal explanation for it. If you're able to see obvious evidence of something, then there's something to it. Like you got to figure out what is its causation now. Like you have the effect. What's the causation now? Like so it's the same issue that I have with like the fucking like pyramids and the megalithic stones and all that shit. Like I firmly believe there was an advanced civilization that existed probably around, the last ice age and younger dryas, area. I think they were taken out by some sort of cataclysm. Do I think they had like electricity and shit like that? No. I just think that they were, just a highly advanced civilization that was seafaring. They probably traveled around the fucking world because it would have been a little bit easier back then too, when it was still the last ice age. And it would explain why there's so many fucking pyramids in different countries and just shared building techniques and no evidence of a steady work up to like the final product. Like you don't see a lot of people trying and failing and then trying again and then failing and then trying again until they get it right. Like it just seems to be there all of a sudden. And some of the stones we can't even fucking move today with modern equipment. So, like, they always try to explain that in weird ways, like, oh, they had to have had these types of tools, and this is all they had to have, they've had to have done it in some magnificent way using these shitty fucking copper chisels and like all this shit. And I'm like, no, like just the sheer amount of mathematics and shit involved would means that they had to have had incredibly advanced mathematics knowledge, like that we didn't discover for a great many years. Like their building skills were off the fucking charts. Their ability to fucking counterbalance and move stones is fucking insane, because there are stones that are just thousands of fucking tons that have been moved into place. And like you got to look at the science behind it. Like, what did they need to understand in order to build something like that? What just the simple shit, like being able to calculate, carve a fucking stone of tremendous proportions, and then the logistical knowledge to move it from the quarry to wherever you want to place it, and to know that you only got one chance at cutting this fucking thing. So the measurements had to be incredibly precise, and that's a lot of knowledge. That's a lot of shit you gotta learn. You gotta know, and it's they try to say that primitive people did it, like that didn't even know the fucking wheel or whatever. Yet there it sits. So in my eyes, I'm like, well, obviously they didn't use what we think they used, because it's fucking impossible. They had to have been fucking really good at math, really good at like calculus, really good at fucking stoneworking. They had to have all this extra knowledge to be able to accomplish these things. And you have to look at it in a different light. Like, did they build it? Was it built before them? Were they taught by somebody? Was there, or do we just have a terrible understanding of their culture and we don't understand how much they actually knew? Like, that's the thing. Like, the obvious thing is that they're built. Like, you see these things, they exist. So somebody moved the fucking stones. They weigh 1,000 tons, and someone fucking moved them up onto a hill. So we gotta figure out how the fuck that was done. Like, that's the bigger question. Like, you can't sit there and be like, oh, well, we dated it because of artifacts around. You can't date the stone, so we can only base it on artifacts we found around it. So, you know, the people in the Bronze Era made this, and it's like, how the fuck did they do that? That doesn't make any sense. It's not, people, they now, like, what they do is they try to say it's fucking racist and shit, that, like, it's like, no, I'm not trying to demean anybody's culture. I'm saying their ancestors made it. So it's the same fucking culture, same people, just older. Like, we don't have the timeline correct. Like, so where the fuck did this knowledge was lost, and we don't fucking understand, like, how this shit is done to this day. And it's mind-numbing, because obviously there was somebody that was smart enough to do it, and it's not just going to be like some one magic genius just suddenly is born and knows, you know, fucking modern calculus and and mathematics and shit. Like, they had to have been taught. There had to have been
Maybe
a tome of knowledge, you know.
What's that stone garden in Florida? This
Oh,
guy
yeah.
made
That
back
guy
in the
did it
day.
by himself. He used weird counterbalance and shit like that. They never knew exactly how he did it, but it was.
They claimed he had a black box he would sit on top of the stones and it would levitate them.
I don't think they levitated. I think he had a very elaborate counterbalancing system that utilized. This is where I jump a little further into the the wooiness of it. Like he might have been using some sort of resonant frequency to vibrate them and a counterbalance to move them. Like because it was oh, what kind of stone is it? It's the shit that's made out of fucking
Oral.
Yeah, it was coral. Yeah, it wasn't very. I mean, it's heavy, but it's not hard. It's so carving it wouldn't have been difficult, but the moving it would have been difficult. So I think he had really elaborate like counterbalancing systems that he built that were unfortunately lost with him because
Well, there
he
are
did do it
people
by
that claim
himself.
to see. There were people that
Oh yeah, some
claim to
kids claim to see him
him
levitate it. Yeah. There's
using a black box, and there's a picture.
Oh, the
of
black
one of these
box was
stones.
real. The black box was real, and it was part of a system that he had. There's actually these gears and other things that fucking go down into like a weird well type thing that he had dug into the ground. That like the whole machine that he used went deep into the ground, and the black box was the fucking topmost piece that went on top of a fucking this tripod type thing, and he had
Right.
I just think he like if I want to go into the pseudoscience-y part of it, I would say he was vibrating the stones in some way, shape, or form to help counterbalance them, and
So
that
my
allowed him
point
to
in
move it.
bringing this guy, the point in my bringing this guy up is maybe that's how your guys did it.
You would think so, and then you look at
Like, maybe
you look at the Trillathon, the temple of it's in fucking oh my god, Hollow. Trillathon's insane. The foundational stones are like the size of 737s and like and weigh like 2,000 tons. There's just massive rectangles. It's like we don't have the equipment to move them now. Like they're insane. I'm like, well, I don't think they built some counterbalance system like that for those. Like that motherfucker was moved a long time ago too. The Temple of Jupiter is what it is. The Temple of Jupiter is built on top of it, so it had to have been there before that was built. So that shit was put up there a long ass time ago by fuck knows who, and that's goddamn near magic because
so.
that shit's
So
huge.
why I bring all this up is because I have a different view of pre-Younger Dryas civilizations than you do. I think they had electricity. I think they were actually just as advanced we are now, if not more advanced. Time has simply wiped away all trace of their shit, except for these monuments.
Well, you see that's all right. So technically, you could be correct. However, there would actually be more evidence for it than you think. Like if they had electronics, for instance, parts and pieces and shit that are in electronics,
No.
even after
So
it would
have
be
you
in the
seen the
soil.
show? Have you seen the show Earth After Humans?
Yeah. I know how much the thing what they don't talk about in Earth After Humans is they don't talk about what would be in the soil. There'd be nothing left, obviously. No, like nothing would be left. But if you analyze the soil, which we have analyzed the soil composition for these eras, you would see like for instance, if we all disappeared tomorrow in 10,000 years, there'd be nothing left except maybe some deformed faces on Mount Rushmore, right? So
microplastics
exactly would be in the soil. There would be other elements in the soil from the electronics and shit like that. Like there would be certain things that were there that we didn't that we would notice by sampling the soil. We would have found that by now. So, there could have been another technology that we're unaware of. There could be something that they could have been advanced like us and then actually go on a different route, and instead of making electronics like we do now, they might have discovered some other novel form of science that we have yet to discover and just sent their civilization in an entirely different direction. However, I think that if there was a highly advanced civilization that had stuff that was as modern as we are, it would have been further in the past than the Younger Dryas. I think the Younger Dryas they were just advanced enough to do certain things, and they built monuments that would last. And then those monuments were, inherited by, modern man after the Younger Dryas. They were built on top of and
I guess
all that shit.
my argument is built. I guess my argument is built upon the fact that they did shit we can't.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
obviously had stuff we don't have.
Well, that's the thing.
I mean,
I'm right there with you, but the problem that I'm having is like I'm trying to be like more probable. More probable would be no electricity, not having machines like that. However, I think they had a skill set, a knowledge, and they were advanced enough to do this using some sort of novel stoneworking that we never got because it was lost to time. I believe they were culturally rich because I believe they would have been traveling the globe, and I think that the fact that they were traveling the globe would allow them to share knowledge in such a way that it would allow them to hone their crafts and just be better at it than we are. And they had to have had some sort of novel way of moving extremely heavy stone. Extremely heavy stone. And I think there's something like it's such a simple thing. It's a heavy rock. You want to move a really heavy fucking rock. I think the advances were in the stone working and their ability to use it to build, but they had to have had a simple, not I don't want to say simple in like as in just like fucking a caveman can do it type simple. I'm saying they had to have had a relatively easy, I'll put it that way. It could be complicated, but it could be easy to do once you know how to do it. I think they had a relatively easy method for moving these stones that's been lost to time. It may have been abundantly complicated, but if it's even if there's multiple steps to it that are difficult, as long as you're used to doing it, it would become an easy task. So I feel like they had something, some way they were fucking moving this shit, and it's just been completely lost with their civilization. There again, you could also argue that they may not have even moved stones at all. Some of them, yes, because there's evidence of quarries, but there are some stones that are massive and you're not really sure where they came from, and they could have been. The other theory is I'm having a brain fart trying to remember the word. Basically, concrete. They were fucking essentially concrete, and over thousands of years, we can't tell that they were concrete. That it just looks like the stone now, or they had like a novel way of making, a concrete block that used crushed stone, maybe, and we have no way of telling that it is a form of concrete. That kind
again,
of
again, my back to my point. Technology we didn't have.
Yeah, technology.
They had a different.
Oh yeah,
they could have had.
Technology doesn't mean
materials.
Technology doesn't necessarily mean electronics. Technology is anything. A fucking bow and arrow is a form of technology. It's just they had technology that we no longer have. It's been lost to time. We've lost so much information throughout human history. It's mind-numbing. Like you look at the Library of Alexandria that was burned multiple times. The Library of Alexandria at its peak, every ship that came into port in Alexandria, if they had any kind of book, scroll, like tome of any kind on it, it was brought to the library and copied, and then given back to the people on the ship. So it was just a repository of knowledge from all over, like everywhere. The amount of understanding and history and knowledge that was fucking lost when that was burned is catastrophic. Everything we probably ever could have wanted to know about half this shit was built would have been in there. Like, and it's just gone. Gone forever. Like, it's fucking terrible. Because we're stupid, and we love fucking just being savage idiots for some reason.
Yeah. And this shit still goes on today. Like the the defacement of monuments and artifacts in the Middle East.
Oh yeah, you know which ones those were? They were Sumerian. Those were Sumerian artifacts, and that's the fucking.
Still going on.
Yeah, dude. The Sumerian ones were we forever were saying the Sumerians were the first known civilization, 5,000 years ago. And we now know that there was obviously some shit established earlier than that, and it's pointing again towards the Younger Dryas being the time. But there was priceless Sumerian fucking artifacts just lost, and it's like it was the oldest known advanced civilization that we had. Like they had it was mentioned in the Bible, like all sorts of shit. Like it was a massive civilization that did a whole shitload, and like they kept track of shit on clay tablets, like where we found like receipts and work orders and shit like that. Like they had a full industrious society, and they just wiped out all like the remaining artifacts and shit that were there. It's a fucking shame. It's a travesty to lose that much culture in fucking an instant because you're fucking praying to whatever fucking man in the sky. I don't fucking get that shit. I don't get it.
Animals.
Fucking, we've all done it. All religions do it. All of them. Christianity. Well, actually,
how can we be so evolved yet so mongrel at the same time?
It's the violent tendencies in us. It's the old tribal shit that's ingrained in us, and we tend to have that pack mentality because of our tribal nature. So when people get riled up, you just want to be we're like sheep. We want to be a part of the fucking crowd, so we'll end up just going along with shit. Like if everybody fought consciously over something, then you wouldn't have leaders. there wouldn't be anybody to lead people because people fucking want to follow somebody a lot of times. We want to. That's the weird fucking dichotomy of being human. We want to be independent and individual, yet we yearn to follow somebody too. Like you want to be a part of the crowd or a part of this group, or you want to belong to something, yet you also want to be individual. Like that's a strange fucking issue for a species to have. You yearn to be an individual, but you wanna belong at the same time. Like how do you can you be individual and belong at the same time? Like that's crazy.
How far off topic have we just strayed?
Not at all. This is all.
We started out with the out-of-body experience thing.
Then we went into the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis and civilization, which is that's the whole point of the podcast. Is talk about high strangeness, shit like that. That's all this stuff is considered pseudoscience, even though there's evidence for it. Like, especially the Younger Dryas boundary layer has fucking iridium in it. It's the same reason we found out that a fucking asteroid killed the dinosaurs. We were like, oh, there's an iridium layer. And they were like, there's an iridium layer at the Younger Dryas. So clearly we had an impact. It melted the fucking ice sheets, and that's where we get the flood myth from. Like, there's flood myths in like 250 different fucking religions around the world have flood myths. I wonder why. there was probably a fucking flood. Not not a water world, like, planet engulfing flood, but if the ice sheets melted fucking 12,000 years ago, then yeah, that would be devastating for a lot of the areas where there was civilization. Because that would have been a massive climate shift. People would have had to change where they lived. They would have to pack up and move if they didn't die from fucking... Like, depending on how fast it happened. That's the other question. Did it happen quickly or did it happen over a few hundred years? But then even over a few hundred years, imagine you're getting a major fucking flood every, like, 20 years or something like that. What was the average age of somebody back then? About 40? So you're getting 2 major floods in your lifetime, and it's happened for fucking, like, 3 consecutive generations? Yeah, that's gonna stick out. That's gonna be part of the fucking the mythos of your culture really quick. It's gonna be known as the awful times, the before times when things were before the Great Flood, and we were saved by some asshole who decided to fucking pop up and teach us how to build shit. So they deified him, and then the telephone game thousands of years later turns it into modern religion. But yeah, it is what it is. See what's going on in fucking UFO news. Interesting here. Oh. I'm not high enough for Ancient Aliens.
Oh, they put so much BS in that show.
They put a lot of shit out.
Some of the stuff they put in that show is just laughable.
My man's Gerb. Hey, look at him. This dude is like he is one of the best researchers on UFOs that I have ever fucking seen. And he goes fucking ham with the stuff that it's so detailed. So fucking detailed. It's fucking crazy. Like he really lays out the proper shit. Like shows you all the fucking like actual like evidentiary shit. He doesn't fucking screw around. It's really good. He doesn't go down the fucking rabbit hole or anything. Just like it's like an information overload out of him. It's so good. Alien.
Do we get the gun or do we go for more troops? Let's get more troops.
Shut the fuck up with this fake ass garbage game.
Upgrade.
So that's the interesting thing. There's 2 nomenclatures that we need to define
I don't know,
in
the
what
same
your whistleblower
stupid
told you
fucking thing that's always
There's
on there.
UAP,
People
and
shooting on a
that's
bridge.
grey. We just don't know at this moment.
Oh,
but
yeah.
alien reproduction vehicle, I can tell you, is very, very clearly a reference to a vehicle that has been constructed from non-human technology that is being operated presumably by either private aerospace or the United States government.
A male staff member in Congressman Brown's office not only confirmed the exhibit, but the fact that there were 3 discs at that exhibit. These discs were hovering off the floor without any visible means of support. They were referred to as alien reproduction vehicles, also nicknamed the flux liner because they used high voltage electricity. This general got up and he was describing these vehicles. He described them as alien reproduction vehicles, ARV for short. They also had a nickname for the aircraft. They called them flux liners. Now, flux is electrical.
Yeah, this dude died after he published this shit too.
High electrical charge liner, a flux liner. Brad said that in this exhibit at Norton Air Force Base that a 3-star general said that these vehicles were capable of doing light speed or better.
In his groundbreaking article released in October of 2024, accomplished journalist Michael Schellenberger brought a new UAP whistleblower's testimony to the public zeitgeist. This whistleblower uncovered the shadowy Immaculate Constellation, an unacknowledged special access program that consolidates observations of UAP by both tasked and untasked collection platforms. The most groundbreaking aspect of this article to me was a single sentence mention of a term made famous by aerospace illustrator Mark McCandlish. Quote, "The report concludes that the existence of Immaculate Constellation demonstrates the extant capability to detect, quarantine, and transfer UAP and ARV, alien reproduction vehicle collection incidents before they are observed and
see that picture there
within the military intelligence enterprise."
That would be an ARV.
Many are familiar with the
like the
famous
way this
alien
guy,
reproduction vehicles, also known as flux line.
the way the guy he's talking about, Mark McCandlish, fucking describes it is they look shitty like that. And he was like, they were called ARVs, standing for Alien Reproduction Vehicle, and it was basically cobbled together from shitty-ass parts, and they were trying to get funding to fucking, to continue to build on them. And they were down UFO, that's what they used as the basis, and then they tried to rebuild it with our current technology, like for the shit that we already had. It was like all off-the-shelf parts. McCandlish was an illustrator for different he was a contractor for the different aerospace companies, and he would do the technical illustrations for their aircraft. He had high clearance because he was able to do the illustrations for top secret aircraft and shit like that. And he did like technical, like full technical illustrations where you see like the skeleton of the fucking craft and all the different components and all that shit. And based on what was seen at this show, he did a technical illustration, and after he released it and blew the whistle on it, he was found dead. Supposedly he rode the super slide, but yeah, that's happened to a lot of people that are fucking with this particular part of technology.
The silver slide? I've never heard that term.
The sewer slide.
Oh, the sewer slide?
Yeah, it's YouTube friendly. He allegedly self-deleted.
Okay.
But yeah, it was kind of weird because he even like said, he put statements out there. He's like, "I'm of sound mind. I have no desire to harm myself." Blah blah blah. And then he was fucking, bye bye. I was like, yeah. And then it gets good because this dude Gerb that we're watching now, he fucking contacts one of the guys that Mark McCandlish was dealing with, like that was at the show and stuff like that. And the dude gets mad as hell, emails him back. He was like, "Mark was a stupid fucking asshole who didn't know when to keep his mouth shut, and I couldn't help him anymore. I couldn't protect him anymore." And he was like, "I suggest you stay away from this as well," or some shit. I was like, wow. Fucking crazy.
Described by McCandlish as relayed by Brad Sorensen, who allegedly witnessed these three saucer-shaped craft reverse-engineered from non-human intelligence technology at a classified air show near Norton Air Force Base in 1988. But what is the full story behind ARV? What is the origin of this term? And what stories can we explore to try and support or discredit Schellenberger's whistleblower? Why the conspiracies around Mark McCandlish and his 2014 documentary filmmaker James Allen's mysterious deaths? What can we learn from a truly consequential long-form interview primary witness Brad Sorensen gave in 1990?
That filmmaker, because he covered this as well, and he made a movie called The Hunt for Zero Point. We'll have to watch it one of these nights. It's called The Hunt for Zero Point, and he's talking about zero point energy and electrogravitics and shit like that, all that technology that was allegedly about to come out in like the 50s or 60s, and then radio silence. There was just nothing more on it. And they supposedly had made breakthroughs back then. And apparently it's been kept as like a dark fucking deep state secret like since then, like the actual technology and shit. And the guy who made that video or made that movie, he died suddenly from extremely aggressive cancer and had radioactive fucking elements in his blood.
Cool.
So, like, someone literally injected it with radioactive shit, and it killed him within, like, fucking weeks. Like, that's fucking wild. Absolutely fucking wild. That is not a normal way to die. No one just suddenly has radioactive materials in their fucking bloodstream and they're dying of a highly aggressive cancer. They don't even have history of cancer in their family or anything. That's fucking strange.
Which I believe is the only time he ever spoke about the air show outside of conversations with McCandlish. And why did Brad Sorensen tell me that I was next if I investigated this story further? Hey guys, it's UAP Gerb, and thank you so very much for joining me as we investigate and take a deep dive into the subject of alien reproduction vehicles as relayed by Mark McCandlish. The concept of successfully reverse-engineered UFOs before they are observed and circulated within the military intelligence enterprise, end quote. Many are familiar with the famous alien reproduction vehicles, also known as fluxliners, described by McCandlish as relayed by Brad Sorensen, who allegedly witnessed these three saucer-shaped craft reverse-engineered from non-human intelligence.
Yeah, they looked like ghetto as hell. He said there was like multiple layers of paint on them and shit. It was chipping.
But
they had shitty ass cameras on the outside to provide like a fucking view for the pilots.
Discredit Schellenberger's whistleblower. Why the conspiracies around Mark McCandlish and his 2014 documentary filmmaker James Allen's mysterious deaths? What can we learn from a truly consequential long-form interview primary witness Brad Sorensen gave in 1990? Which I believe is the only time he ever spoke about the air show outside of conversations with McCandlish. And why did Brad Sorensen tell me that I was next if I investigated this story further? Hey guys, it's UAP Gerb, and thank you so very much for joining me as we investigate and take a deep dive into the subject of alien reproduction vehicles as relayed by Mark McCandlish. The concept of successfully reverse-engineered UFO has perplexed me for many years, and with the direct naming of ARV in the Immaculate Constellation article, I believe it is a perfect time to finally dive into this subject. Let us analyze the testimony of the now infamous Mark McCandlish and explore all avenues of the alien reproduction vehicle.
My name is Mark McCandlish, and for the better part of the last 30 years, I've been a conceptual artist, illustrator, and designer, working predominantly for the aerospace and defense industries. About 1988, I came into some information that indicated that the United States government was in possession of and operating a kind of anti-gravity technology through a system, an aircraft that was referred to as the Fluxliner or as the alien reproduction vehicle.
The late Mark McCandlish served as a highly decorated aerospace and aeronautical illustrator who devoted his talents to detailing sketches of advanced military and corporate projects. Mark's client list is astounding, including the U.S. Air Force, Rockwell International, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, as well as respected publications, such as Aviation Week and Popular Science. Viewers of my channel may remember Mark for his appearance on Stephen Greer's 2001 National Press Club panel, where he discussed the line art design of the alien reproduction vehicle, aka Fluxliner. But few understand the full story and depth to which McCandlish explored these anomalous vehicles, a depth which very well may have seen Mark meet his demise. In the fall of 1988, McCandlish planned to attend an air show at Norton Air Force Base to network with military and government officials, as well as view new and innovative military aircraft with his good friend and fellow designer and inventor Brad Sorensen. A short time before the show on November 12, 1988, Mark regrettably dropped out to finish some lucrative design work for Popular Science and left Brad to attend the air show with a client of his. About a week after the show, Mark called his strangely absent friend. Brad sounded off. On the phone, absent was his often animated personality. Brad told Mark he had seen something he probably shouldn't have.
How did you like the air show? And he just seemed completely different. When I talked to him on the phone, he sounded almost depressed. I mean, it was kind of a strange sort of reaction. And he said, Well, I don't know. I think I saw something I wasn't supposed to see. And I said, how's that possible? Everything that's at the air show is sent there and flown there with the intent of putting it on static display, especially for the public. So how could you possibly see something that wasn't intended to be seen? He says, I got in to see a display that was a little more exclusive.
Here is what Brad told Mark. Brad ultimately attended the air show with one of his clients described as a tall white man with glasses, an Italian-sounding name, wealthy, and a former Secretary of Defense or Undersecretary of Defense. Right around the time of the USAF Thunderbirds flyby at the air show, this individual issued Brad away from the main crowd. Mark initially assumed Brad and the man arrived to a hangar with 4 connected huts in the middle for this exhibit. But Brad would later disclose he, his client, amongst military and dignitaries boarded a military version of the Boeing 727 and flew north of Norton to Palmdale Air Force Plant 42.
Both military and civilian got on a military version of the Boeing 727 and they flew from Norton Air Force Base up to Air Force Plant 42, which is in Palmdale. A lot of people just consider it the Palmdale Airport. It was actually a facility that was built from what by Lockheed back in the 1960s, and the hangar that is now serving as a Skunk Works hangar was the original construction site for the L-1011 Lockheed TriStar airliner.
Now remember Palmdale USAF Plant 42 as we will discuss this facility later. Among the personnel sent on the 727 according to Brad were the late California Senator Alan Cranston and Congressman George E. Brown Jr., who was at the time serving as the chairman the Congressional Committee of Space Science and Advanced Technology. Possibly our most key individual here is Brad's client, the tall Italian man who passed Brad off as his aide to board the flight to the special exhibit. Brad seemingly never gave this man's name, or to protect Brad, McCandlish never publicly confirmed this, but with high confidence Mark reasoned this individual was Frank Carlucci, the 16th U.S. Secretary of Defense succeeded by Dick Cheney. Let's analyze Carlucci a little more. From 1992 to 2003, Carlucci served as chairman of the Carlyle Group, a private equity and asset management corporation with over $400 billion in assets I highly suspect is deeply involved with UAP programs. Since its founding in 1987 under David Rubenstein, the Carlyle Group attracted myriad senior statesmen for advisors and board members, including Carlucci, George H.W. Bush, Secretary of State James Baker, and former UK Prime Minister John Major. The Carlyle Group served as pioneer investors in defense and national security, such as acquiring the electronics division of General Dynamics, investing in Northrop Grumman, and from 1999 to 2001 owned EG&G, the same company deeply entwined in UFO lore from the testimony of Bob Lazar to serving as the parking lot hosting the Wilson Davis meeting. I would also like to draw your attention to Ronald Moultrie, former Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security in the Biden administration. Along with his good friend Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, Moultrie served to spread disinformation by denying the existence of UAP at the 2022 UAP hearings. Moultrie, sometimes referred to as a gatekeeper of UAP programs, has some very strange ties to the Carlyle Group, such as serving as a board member in iCapital, a Carlyle-invested group, and serving on the board of directors for the Better Angels, funded by Carlyle's founder David Rubenstein. Carlyle Group is not the topic of our video today, but the ties here to Carlucci alongside his probable involvement in a classified airshow demonstrating ARV is of extreme interest. Walking into the Palmdale hangar exhibit, Brad was told by his client, likely Carlucci, to keep his mouth shut and to not speak to anybody due to unexpected things at the show. The exhibit featured numerous high-tech aircraft, including the losing model from the B-2 stealth bomber competition and advanced hovercraft that employed hidden thrust mechanisms. The show also had the infamous Lockheed Pulsar, aka the Aurora craft. The Aurora, sometimes referred to as Astra, has often historically been associated with a triangular-shaped, possibly reverse-engineered craft. But in 1988, Brad relayed a much more grounded yet highly advanced design. The Lockheed Aurora was described as a large flattened-out football, all black and covered in tiles not too dissimilar to the space shuttle. Aurora featured a synthetic vision system utilizing infrared seeker heads. There was at the exhibit, however, a secondary model featuring a canopy cockpit and 2 vertical stabilizers. Brad described this craft as employing 2 unusual propulsion systems, engines in the fuselage and external pulse detonation engines, allowing the craft to fly 10 to 15,000 miles per hour. Mark would later state Tom Keaton from Lockheed Martin Calabasas Division confirmed the existence of the Aurora to him. Brad then described a massive black curtain separating the hangar into 2 distinct areas. Brad made his way to the second half of the exhibit.
Do you want your Twitch channel to skyrocket?
No,
Let me show
I
you
don't.
how.
Fuck
Geminos
off.
will shoot your views and engage.
My ass.
And so this was, you know, and so he got kind of scared and he stopped talking. And so I said, well, you know, let's have lunch. You know, he was nervous about talking about it on the phone. So
What are you talking
I
about?
go over there and
stupid
start talking,
ad that
and
came
he's
up.
describing this stuff. He's
I
describing
didn't even see it.
the different features that he'd seen. And well, how do you know that? I mean, if you could just look at the outside of the vehicle, how do you know what the inner workings is? He says, well, they had taken some of the panels off the outside so you could see the inside of, you know, what the components looked like. And he said it was remarkably simple. There wasn't that much to it. And I said, you were able to figure out how it worked from that? He said, well, no, they had an easel next to it with a drawing, a cutaway drawing, that showed some of the internal components, how they were arranged oriented to one another. And then they had a little a TV monitor with a tape player below it that was showing this continuous loop of this thing sitting or hovering over like a dry lake bed out in the desert somewhere, and as you would watch the tape, this thing would make went from a hovering position, made these 3 little sort of hops going to the side, and then as the camera followed it, just went straight up and disappeared out of sight. It was down to nothing in just a matter of a second and a half or so.
When meeting Mark for lunch the following week, Brad would sketch and discuss what he observed at this special exhibit. The exhibit was populated solely by top military brass and influential politicians, and was guarded by men in berets with M16 rifles. Displayed were 3 flying saucers hovering off the ground, ranging in diameter from 20 to 24 feet to 120 to 130 feet, but identical in scale. Brad described the craft to Mark as looking like they belonged in the 1950s, appearing like a jello mold on the bottom with sloping sides, a dome on top, and a door that looked at home on a submarine. A 3-star general began to describe the vehicles to the attendees. The 3 saucers were called alien reproduction vehicles, nicknamed flux liners. Each of the 3 craft had panels removed for attendees to view the craft's interior, and alongside the speaker's podium sat an easel showing craft blueprints, as well as a video player showing film demonstrating the ARV's capabilities. As Mark described, the film showed the ARV hovering over a dry lake bed before it would make 3 quick hops and jettison into the sky at astounding speeds.
One of the things that this general had said during the presentation, one of the things that really stood out in Brad's mind was that he said that these vehicles were capable of light speed or better.
Faster than light speeds is truly an astounding claim, so let's try and analyze the ARV in greater detail. Fortunately, as a designer himself, Brad would describe the flux liners in extensive detail to Mark, allowing the talented artist to make up high-quality blueprints and line art of the craft. It is important to note the difference between the ARV and historical UAP testimony. In numerous UAP and UAP crash sightings, craft are often described as rivetless, seamless, with no visible means of propulsion, often with a description of the vehicle looking 3D printed. This was night and day different to the ARV. Sorensen described the ARV as extremely worn, appearing to have been operating for decades. Chips were rampant in the lead paint coating of the craft, which seemed to serve to protect the crew from X-ray radiation, and the entire craft featured numerous smudges and fingerprints. Each of the 3 ARVs featured a crew compartment. The smallest design displayed 4 ejection seats attached to a vertical beam in the middle of the craft. The pilot utilized a strange ball control scheme to operate the craft, which allocated power to various parts of the craft's propulsion mechanism we will talk about shortly. The ARV featured no windows for pilot visibility. Instead, each saucer dome was outfitted with an array of bumps housing optical camera equipment. This fitted the craft with a synthetic vision system.
This synthetic vision system uses the same kind of technology as the gun slaving system that they have in the Apache helicopter, except in this case you have 2 cameras, and it picks any pair of the cameras in that pattern of 6 that are around the circumference, including the one on the top. Whichever pair most closely matches the orientation of the pilot's head. So if he wants to look behind him, he can pick a view in that direction. The cameras slew in pairs, and he has a little screen in front of his helmet, and it gives him an alternating view. He has like a little set of glasses that he wears, and in fact you can actually buy a 3D viewing system for your video camera now that does this same thing. And what it does is it uses a beam splitter, which sends part of light one way and then part of it at a right angle and offsets it by about 6 inches. And then it has an electronic shutter in there that uses these like a liquid crystal type material that darkens and becomes transparent at intervals of about 60th of a second or a 30th of a second. And so the cameras, as they're looking around, are giving him a right-left view. And the goggles, the things that he's wearing, he has 2 little projection screens inside his helmet, and they both project, well, 2 cameras, but 1 projection screen. And the glasses have that special blocking device that allows one eye to see and then the other eye to see, and at the same time the cameras are projecting right view, left view, right view, left view, but they're doing it at like 30 frames a second. And so when he looks around, he has a perfect 3D view of the outside, but no windows.
The crew compartment or dome was completely separate from the propulsion system, and the propulsion system made no noise, featured no moving parts, and output no gases or exhaust. Interestingly, Brad would state many of the craft's components, including the crew jump seats and cameras, seemed similar to off-shelf components and not highly specialized for the ARV. Radial oxygen tanks, presumably for crew atmosphere, sat atop an enormous capacitor array estimated by Mark to be roughly 14 inches. Curiously, a radial arm sat above the capacitor plates, featuring the ability to extend outside the body of the craft. Mark theorized the purpose of this arm was for collection. Mark questioned Brad if, due to the capacitor array, he thought this meant the craft functioned via the Byfield-Brown effect, which converts electrostatic energy into propulsion. To learn more about electrogravitics, and I feel like I've said this in the last 5 videos, I highly recommend watching Jesse Michael's video on T. Townsend Brown, and please note, I recently theorized Edwards Air Force Base, which is very close to USAF Plant 42 and Norton, engages in a reverse engineering ARV testing program. Historically, Edwards placed very heavy importance in alternative propulsion methods such as the Byfield-Brown effect. I highly recommend watching
much
video,
of this
as over the course of this
UAP phenomenon is actually our guys fucking
Brad
around
stated
with this shit?
perhaps the Byfield-Brown effect had some sort of application here,
lot,
but the ARV
I
were
think.
in fact utilizing energy drawn from quantum fluctuations,
That's
aka
what this is getting at for
zero-point
the
energy.
most part. Like,
this
was
again
years
calls
ago.
back to the
See how
witness
advanced
Ed
it
I
would be
covered in my
now.
video on reverse engineering at Edwards Air Force Base, who
There's-
commented on the existence of zero-point systems.
I would say 80% of it's probably our shit. There's probably a good,
Exactly.
good 20% that's
Exactly.
weird, though. But that 20% that's not is worth looking into, because, yeah. Like, I think I'm more and more of the opinion that they do have. I think at the very least we do have a crashed vehicle that is non-human somewhere. Like, I think we actually do have that. Whether or not we got
as much of a skeptic as I am, I can believe that.
Yeah.
The only
Like-
thing is, I would view these things as probes or something
Yeah.
from a race that's probably dead by now. You know.
Yeah, it's very likely. Fucking, if you actually listen to the testimony of David Grush, where he was saying that we had, vehicles and shit like that, he was like a fucking, he was investigating the shit for the government and fucking blew the whistle recently. He had a pretty crazy testimony, but he talks about the first craft that we got was actually one that crashed in Magenta, Italy in 1933, and it was seized when World War II ended. Like, the church, like the Vatican, actually helped the U.S. get it and smuggle it into the U.S.
That's wild.
And on top of that, and they said there was like nothing in it. Like it was actually not anything of like particular note. Like it I guess it had crashed a long time ago, and whatever was in it is long gone. Or like just destroyed. And there was like they just had, I think that might have aided in material science. And then there was another one that had crashed, and it took them something like 40 years to breach the hull. They couldn't cut into it. They couldn't figure out to get into the fucking thing. And that was one that there's documents that have been declassified that Lockheed was trying to get rid of in like 2014. They were trying to fucking give it to another contractor or give it back to the government because they didn't make any progress with it. They were going to give it to somebody else to try and fucking crack. So, and then the CIA actually stopped the transfer, which is fucking weird. And there's documents for this. So like we definitely got something. We found something or a couple of things, but you know, whether or not we got dead aliens or living aliens, that's a whole nother fucking it's hard to tell. Like there's not enough evidence for it. There's plenty of documentary evidence, you know, that has been declassified that shows that we obviously had an unknown craft that we had a lot of we've been trying to fucking figure out for a long time and haven't had a lot of success at it. Or that's just that could be bullshit and that we actually had a lot of success with it, and that's you know, a red herring to fucking be like, oh yeah, we couldn't figure it out. Just, you know, as the be like our adversaries don't need to know that we figured it out, you know. Which would explain the 80% of the weird shit being ours and only 20% being, you know, probes from another civilization.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I can totally see a lot of
by the name of
the
Maury
current
B. King. He's
phenomenon
written a
being
book called Tapping the
just the
Zero Point
government
Energy.
fucking
And what
with
he
us stuff.
maintains is that this energy is embedded in space.
Mental illness is a
It's in
choice.
everything we
Thanks for the
see.
follow.
It was, I don't know, was it James Clerk Maxwell speculated that there's enough of this flux,
That's a
this electrical
controversial
charge in the
name,
nothingness of
tag.
space, that if you could capture all the energy that was embedded in just a cubic yard of space, that you'd have enough energy to boil the oceans of the entire world. That's how much energy is sitting there waiting to be tapped.
If we could ever fucking do it. Probably could have by now if we didn't waste our time on other fucking dumb technology. The problem with getting something with that much energy is like the worst thing to give to us because we have not evolved enough to not try to blow each other up.
Why should we take him at his word, and do we have comment from Mr. Sorensen? Due to not having journalistic discretion, Mark historically regretted introducing Brad's full name into the story.
And I had a colleague, a friend, who I'll just call Brad for the sake of this discussion. Some people know what his last name is, and I've tried to discontinue using his name, principally because you know, disclosing of his name has brought a lot of unwanted attention to him and his career. I don't know specifically what, if any, or how much harm has come to him in terms of his career because of my disclosures. I have to say that not being a journalist, not having a background in journalism, I didn't really know when I was being prodded by people in the Disclosure Project to name names and things like that, which I did, that you know, this could be potentially and very harmful to the individuals who had been the original source of the material. In the case of Brad and another individual who had occasion to see one of these things up close when he was actually in the service in 1973 at Edwards Air Force Base, there were a lot of details that were not only seen by these individuals, but were also explained to them basically to understand what they were looking at.
Brad has been strangely radio silent on Mark and the story of ARV. Well, of course, I got in contact with Brad. Interactions with him from the get-go were extremely hostile. I was told, quote, Mark McCandlish was a stupid, dramatic, selfish fool who died because he could not keep his mouth shut. Learn from this, end quote. This statement is in relation to Mark's strange and controversial 2021 passing, allegedly resulting from a self-inflicted gunshot wound we will revisit later. But Brad's words directly imply Mark's words got him killed. Further interactions with Brad would lead to him saying, I cannot cover this topic without facing mortal peril, and to say goodbye to everyone I love if I continue to investigate Mark and the subject of ARV. I was even told I would never see it coming. My most interesting interaction with Brad stemmed from asking why Mark was allowed to talk openly about this topic for 20 years. I was told Brad protected Mark until he could not. We will discuss this further later. Hostile and silent, Brad has historically refused to comment on this case. But for this investigation, I have uncovered some documents I have never before seen discussed in the public domain. In December of 1990, 2 years after Mark and Brad met to discuss the Fluxliner, Mark relayed the contents of the restricted airshow to William B. Scott, senior engineering editor of Aviation Week and Space Technology. Bill would feature some of Mark's sketches on the pulse detonation Aurora craft on the respected magazine and reach out to Brad for comment on the experimental aircraft and more strange craft, as some of the craft Mark described matched eyewitness accounts relayed to the prestigious magazine over the years. Around this time, Brad went silent, even secluding himself to Mark, but not before Bill Scott was able to interview Brad on December 3rd, 1990. Let's dive into this interview I have never once before seen discussed. Brad stated he was not officially invited to the hangar in which the strange aircraft exhibit was stored. He was, as Mark stated, passed off as an aide for a gentleman who served within the Carter administration. Seeing as Frank Carlucci was deputy director of the CIA for Carter, he may still serve as a logical choice here. But why did Brad take this interview? Well, as he stated, quote, "'Cause I love America and the whole 9 yards, but I'm also a Democrat, and I don't think we need this type of spending on military equipment. It's just nuts. And that's what the whole meeting was for. Appropriations of billions of dollars to develop new craft," end quote. Very interesting statement. The 30 or so individuals present here were to be shown prototype and craft functionality to attract investors to these black budget projects. Brad described blue fatigued and suit-clad men conducting the briefings at the special air show with exotic yet prosaic craft on display. Quote, "Diff in each area, like a specialist in each area. Some wearing suits, some wearing military, like Air Force, Colonel, Major, something like that. I did not see any stars in there, like generals of any sort. If there had, I would have noticed that," end quote. Bill and Brad discussed some of the VTOL, vertical takeoff and landing craft at the show, and the utilization of depleted uranium shells. Brad even noticed the V-22 Osprey was present, whose first official flight was conducted in 1989. The witness also confirmed the presence of California State Senator Alan Cranston. The rest of the crowd all appeared to be senior individuals, 45 to 60 years old. No support staff or aides surrounded what Brad referred to as the people. This section of the exhibit was likened to the hangar deck of an aircraft carrier with tightly packed craft. Most of the craft appeared to Brad as one-off prototypes. One of the enclosures featured the losing B-2 bomber prototypes, just as Mark would later state. Brad also confirmed the unmanned, elongated, football-shaped Aurora craft that looked extremely similar to Mark's sketches but with a more tapered back. The craft was enormous, almost 100 to 110 feet in length. The dual propulsion system of the Aurora was also confirmed. Internal fuselage engines were utilized to get up into the air. Then pulse detonation engines were used to accelerate the craft to truly incredible speeds, 6 to 8 Mach, which is why the craft was unmanned. The present officials were extremely proud of the Aurora craft, stating, quote, "Within an hour and 20 minutes they could take out every city over 1 million in the Soviet Union," end quote. Bill Scott asked if the Aurora was the most exotic thing on display. Brad responded with a resounding 3 no's. Brad would then state Mark's ARV drawing was so GD accurate, there was little he could further specify about the craft. When Brad first witnessed the alien reproduction vehicles, he was reminded of a nursery rhyme, labeling the craft Daddy, Mommy, and Baby Bear, as the craft seemed identically crafted to the same proportions but in different sizes. The smallest was roughly 20 feet in diameter, medium 60 feet, and largest 120 feet in diameter. Brad stated he thought the craft were very poorly built compared to the other craft on display. Quote, "They had been built by scientists who didn't know a hell of a lot about laying up composite materials or whatever," end quote. The crew compartment sphere appeared to have messy filaments for the sole purpose of holding in pressure. The entire craft was coated with a thick, heavy lead paint. Brad confirmed the ARVs were hovering, not connected to the floor. Brad was told the three craft didn't need a fuel source. They had found a new fuel source that was everywhere in the universe, on the order of 500 times the speed of light, allowing the craft to travel 5 to 8 times the speed of light. Brad would dive into the gravity manipulation propulsion system, which Mark would later on discuss further. The craft was able to output 10 to the 26 power joules per cubic meter of space. Utilizing the synthetic vision system and pilot control ball, the vehicle was able to allocate power from the capacitor plates to travel to very different destinations, all with the ability to withstand 85 Gs of acceleration. The local area around the craft was not subject to inertial forces. Mark will expand on this later on. Curiously to Brad, the craft didn't feature food or long-term provisions, nor were any compasses or navigational charts. Drawings, diagrams, and videotape showed the craft flying in jerky, serrated, up and down patterns before jettisoning out of sight. The craft did not appear to employ normal aerodynamic principles. The exhibit attendees were told there were only 3 craft in existence. Quote, "You can take this how you want to. We took all of it with a grain of salt, but..." The guy said that with this group of craft that, they had been everywhere in the solar system and there's no life, end quote. I must make a correction here, as initially Brad said no life in the universe, but he corrected this to mean solar system. The men running the ARV exhibit claimed they copied the concepts of the vehicle. Bill asked if the non-uniformed man answering audience questions discussed what the vehicles had been produced from. Quote, "Well, they tried to avoid it. They said something about 1947. They had some sort of a contact, telling them that we had no right to use nuclear weapons, okay? That it was more disturbed than we knew. Cease and desist," end quote. Brad would then give, in my opinion, the most interesting statement of this entire interview. "And all they really needed to do was give us the truth, and we would either take it or leave it. They just said that they had come across some hardware, tried to make contact with these. The others didn't want to make contact. They just wanted to deliver the news and leave, okay? But back in 1947, we had just won the war. We felt pretty damned cavalier and we attacked, basically, okay? Rather than fighting back, they just tried to destroy all of their stuff and get away. And they didn't get all of it destroyed. That's what they said. Also said they couldn't really make those things that they found work. That they had to build their own. That this was built for our consumption, not theirs. Theirs was the wrong scale and the wrong, whatever." Bill says, "So we just looked at theirs and built our own?" Brad responds, based on what was seen. So it was not a great R&D breakthrough. It was just copying something that they had seen to the best of their abilities. I need to take a moment to stress just how important this interview with Brad Sorensen and Bill Scott is. Quite often you will see individuals criticize Mark McCandlish's story because they claim he is relaying second information. As we saw in this interview, which I have never seen once discussed before, Brad confirmed not only the air show, not only the Aurora, not only the B-2 losing competitor and the stealth bomber prototypes, but also the ARV craft as saucers with faster than light speed capabilities. This is massive to see this in Brad's own words. Why did Bill Scott and Aviation Week and Space Technology never publish this segment? Well, it makes sense, as we saw in the document where Bill states that he had trouble believing some of the things Brad said because it had to do with flying saucers that were capable of light speed that were copied from other beings and technology dating back to 1947. Just wanted to take a minute to say that if you want to read the entire interview, I highly suggest it because I just did a summary here. The entire thing is quite mind-boggling. Back to the investigation. Was the ARV technology copied from the 1947 Roswell craft? The crudeness of the craft makes logical sense when in context scientists and engineers couldn't make the found anomalous craft work. The men spearheading the ARV program wished to build a fleet of these craft, but sought appropriate funding for it, hoping the Bush administration would be as enthusiastic as the Reagan administration about building up these reproduction vehicles. Never was it revealed who these vehicles belonged to or who these men reported to. Wow guys, so 11 years before Mark appeared on the Disclosure Project making the term ARV famous, Brad had actually confirmed the story all the way back in 1990. Included in these interview notes is a sketch of the exhibit which I believe was drawn by Sorensen's hand. Let's circle back to Mark and dive into his investigation around the ARV.
Take a look at Taylor Brands, go to their site, and you can start immediately to form your LLC. Enter your LLC state.
I'll be right back. I need coffee. I need to go outside and stretch.
After listening intently to Sorensen and analyzing the rough sketches of the ARVs Brad drew on some legal paper, Mark got to work utilizing his legendary drawing skills to translate the ARV to traditional blueprint designs. Mark's work ultimately led to the now famous ARV Fluxliner cutaway drawing.
One of the original blueprints of the alien reproduction vehicle, which I produced in March of 1989. It was put together by accumulating a lot of verbal testimony from Brad and later from a number of other sources, including Ken Sellen and some other people that I talked to who had some contact or information about the vehicle.
In this clip, we heard Mark mention alongside Sorensen, his design was based on the testimony of others who had seen the craft. In 2001, McCandlish would feature in Stephen Greer's National Press Club conference with his explosive testimony, as well as a Stephen Greer interview titled Blueprint for a UFO, where he would expand on additional sightings of ARV.
Later, spoke to a gentleman by the name of Kent Sellen that I met at an air show at Edwards Air Force Base in 1992, the first unveiling publicly of the B-2 bomber. He indicated to me that in 1973, when he was a crew chief working on experimental aircraft at Edwards Air Force Base, that he had unintentionally wandered into an area where there was a classified aircraft, namely the ARV. He described it in detail, and he added other details to the account concerning the configuration and the operation of the vehicle that Brad Sorensen was not aware of.
According to Sellen, while working for the Air Intelligence Agency at Edwards North Base, he witnessed the Fluxliner ARV in 1973 when cutting across the base to retrieve a ground power unit. Sightings of ARV at Edwards are possibly corroborated within the long-lost files of Leonard Stringfield. In crash retrievals of the third kind, fantastic CAD designer Michael Schratt gained access to the files of the late Stringfield in MUFON, Ohio. Here, Schratt would publish cases that had not made their way into the crash retrieval status reports 1 through 7. Leonard received information from a Class A witness who claimed to have witnessed a captured UFO at Edwards. This pilot was given permission to cut across the base in a USAF security vehicle when he stopped at a group of hangars to ask for directions. Within the open hangars, the witness observed a large, disc-shaped craft with a clear, transparent dome on the top. The witness was immediately told to vacate the area. The incident allegedly took place in the 1960s. Similar instances exist in the files of Stringfield, such as the testimony of one Mr. Hines, who relayed secondhand info from a source at Bell Labs. In the early 1950s, this source saw a UFO retrieval or test craft being brought into a California airbase. The source additionally saw a cutaway of the craft. The fantastic 2014 documentary we've been pulling clips from titled 0 Point: The Story of Mark McCandlish and the Fluxliner explores an additional witness who claimed to have knowledge of the ARV, one Lieutenant Colonel John Williams. Williams' 2000 testimony also features briefly in Stephen Greer's fantastic disclosure briefing document. Williams served as an electrical engineer in charge of construction projects for Military Air Command at Norton from 1981 to 1982. The lieutenant colonel stated he knew of a facility within Norton Air Force Base that was so secretive not even the base's wing commander was allowed access. Rumors circulated the base facility housed a UFO. Very little more than rumors here in Williams' story, however, even the implication of a craft near Norton is worthy to analyze. Mark's pursuit of tracking down other witnesses of ARV was relentless. In 2001, on the Disclosure Project conference panel, Mark would display 2 original photographs obtained from USAF Captain Harvey Williams, who photographed a disc in 1967 while flying a C-47 at 12,000 feet over Provo, Utah. Mark would state the images accurately depict the ARV craft up to the synthetic vision systems on the crew component of the craft. Mark utilized these photographs to highlight how the synthetic vision system may have changed from 1967 to 1988. As mentioned before, many components of the 1988 ARV as relayed by Brad utilized off-shelf components, including the synthetic vision systems and surrounding acrylic bubble. Mark reasoned due to cameras being much larger in 1967, the vision system bubbles would need to be much larger as well to accommodate these devices. Interesting to analyze this possible ARV evolution.
Later on, I obtained photographs that were taken in 1967 by a military pilot, Harvey Williams, flying a C-47 for the Air Force at 12,000 feet, approximately 25 miles southwest of Provo, Utah. This particular vehicle matches the so-called ARV in all proportions and respects in terms of the detail of the shape of the craft.
I would like to quickly highlight Provo, Utah is under 100 miles from Dugway Proving Grounds, a location I have covered previously. Witness MS claimed to have observed a hovering craft at the Dugway Aviary Building and also knew of a DUM, a deep underground military base engaging in UAP programs under Dugway's main facility. From 1988 to his passing in 2021, Mark's insatiable curiosity would lead him to devoting much of his life to discovering how the ARV functioned. He would draw parallels to possible Nazi flying saucer technology and Die Glocke, patents filed by associates of T. Townsend Brown, and even technology possibly discovered by the great Nikola Tesla. Mark's research led him to hypothesize an elegantly simple yet crude design.
The ARV system, for all of its claims of flashy, out-of-this-world propulsion capabilities, was indeed remarkably simple. It could be described as a large-scale, souped-up Tesla coil, designed to negate gravity and inertia, with off-the-shelf navigation and life support systems bolted on, almost as an afterthought. You could think of it as the Model T of anti-gravity vehicles, an industrial dune buggy, or crude hot rod that can get you to Mars in a few minutes. In this version at least, first-class seating was still a way off.
The most complicated aspect of the ARV to Mark seemed to be the pilot's control system.
The sphere itself appears to be a kind of a domed arrangement where you have a number of fiber optic leads that come into the sphere, and for each one of the 48 capacitor arrays there's a series of sensors that are then used to sort of relay information to the individual plates. And so then on the bottom of this you have a bowl that moves around and can be used to convey the commands of the pilot in terms of what he wants to do in terms of shaping the field around the vehicle. And right in the center of that bowl is a kind of laser diode that sends a laser beam up into the underside, the inside of this sphere. And so as the bowl moves, that laser is sort of scanning around on the inside of the different sensors that are responsible for each of the capacitor sections. Then will, there's a series of relays that'll open up and close and let a certain amount of energy in, or prevent it from going in. And when it's dead center, it means that all of them get the exact same amount of information. You just go straight up. If you want to bank to the right, then you bank this to the right. It sends the laser signal over to the opposite side of the dome, and it says that the opposite side of the craft is going to get more energy, so it banks in that direction. It's kind of like in a helicopter, in the swash plate of a helicopter. When you want to bank to the left, you create more deflection in the main rotor on the right side so that it begins to bank to the right, or bank to the left, excuse me. So it's kind of the same principle.
Mark theorized the craft operated in space-time similar to an Alcubierre drive, a system that compresses space-time ahead of a craft and stretches space-time behind a craft. The area between these two vectors creates a localized space-time, reducing inertial effects and mitigating g-forces for the craft. The Alcubierre drive allows for a faster-than-light travel system. However, the validity of this drive has been debated endlessly, and I simply do not have the physics capabilities to contribute to this argument. This mitigation of G-forces and inertial dampening seems to be present in numerous historical UAP sightings where instantaneous acceleration is observed. Perhaps a localized spacetime pocket is indeed possible with NHI and ARV craft, and I'd like to leave you with some words by former Northrop Grumman Deputy CTO and Colonel of Army Futures Command Carl Nell.
The second point is faster than light travel. Everybody says faster than light travel is not possible. This is false. Miguel Alcubierre, a postgraduate student at the University of Mexico in 1994, solved Einstein's equations for an effective faster than light mechanism. NASA has investigated this. Everyone accepts his solution as valid.
These performance characteristics draw my attention to estimating flight characteristics of anomalous unidentified aerial vehicles by Professor Kevin Knuth. In this paper, PhD Professor Knuth estimated the G-forces experienced by the Tic Tac craft in Commander David Fravor's 2004 sighting. G-forces experienced by this craft when it dropped from a high altitude to sea level were estimated to reach in excess of 5,500 Gs. For reference, our best ballistic missiles can experience but a fraction of these G-forces before ripping themselves to shreds. Mark's research would ultimately lead to a 2015 lecture at the secret space program titled The Feasibility of Interstellar Travel. The summary of this discussion states, quote, how back-engineered off-world technology created powerful leverage for corporations to take over control of world government, establish an internationally manned secret space program, and break away civilization, end quote. Even though first-hand witness Brad Sorensen stated the enigmatic men showing off the ARV claimed the craft had explored our solar system, this is a very charged statement by Mark. Oftentimes, the phrase secret space program is associated with unexplained claims and outright bizarre stories. So let's instead analyze the claims of Gary McKinnon and Edgar Fausch in relation to a secret space program. I have spoken about USAF Master Sergeant Edgar Fausch myriad times, most recently analyzing his claims of encountering full anti-gravity propulsion systems for a secret space fleet while working for the proposed Defense Advanced Research Center in 1979. Fausch claimed triangular-shaped craft titled TR-3B leveraged reverse-engineered technology to provide logistics and transportation to a secret space fleet. Construction of these craft are allegedly a joint effort by Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Teledyne, and the project is managed by the NRO, CIA, and NSA. Fausch's testimony is extremely impactful for me due to stating pilots of the TR-3B craft are few and far between. These elite pilots are plucked from the Edwards 412th Test Group Test Pilot School. I recently did a whole investigation into this subject, and with high confidence in this project's validity, I explored a joint research project between Edwards Air Force Base and Nellis Air Force Base focused on testing reverse-engineered craft and technology of non-human origin. This project I explored employs contractors such as Lockheed Martin and Boeing, scales funds off the F-35 fighter program, operates over restricted airspace such as the Nevada Test and Training Range, and employs the Edwards 412th Test Pilot School Electronics Warfare Group. Have no fears that TR-3B will get a full exploration of its own, but context around Mark's discussion on a secret space program is extremely valuable here. Additionally, remember if you will U.S. Army Green Beret RA, who witnessed the Off-World Technologies Division at the Naval Surface Warfare Center in Crane, Indiana. RA did an interview to me while performing operations on Nellis and nearby DOE-owned land. He was witness to triangular-shaped craft operating off electrogravitic propulsion. In 2002, British hacker Gary McKinnon was arrested for hacking into US Army and NASA computer systems. McKinnon claimed amongst mundane files was an image housed in the NASA Johnson Space Center featuring a cigar-shaped object stationed in near-Earth orbit. McKinnon also claimed to have found a document on a NASA server titled Non-Terrestrial Officers, containing names and ranks of USAF personnel. Amongst these documents were tabs for material transfer between ships. This already draws parallels to Fausch's TR-3B logistics and personnel carrier ships. So maybe this idea of a black budget hidden space program isn't so fantastical. Let's see what Mark has to say in this discussion.
I want to talk to you about a few of the different vehicles that I believe are being used in the secret space program or have been used in the secret space program.
Craft listed here are of course the Fluxliner alien reproduction vehicle, as well as the first generation Aurora constructed by Lockheed, and a triangular-shaped craft out of Lockheed Skunk Works that allegedly served as the target for a 1989 Germany crash retrieval operation. McCandlish detailed how his first suspicions of highly classified black-budget aircraft programs arose when he met two Lockheed Skunk Works personnel who commissioned Mark to illustrate a pitch to DoD for a new jet with extreme speed capabilities. Mark compared components of scramjet technology to create what he thought was an extremely eye-catching design. Meeting with these Skunk Works personnel, they grew furious with Mark, accidentally letting it slip aircraft components would tear apart during Mach 17 speeds or 13,000 miles per hour. And remember, this was before Lockheed became Lockheed Martin, so this incident occurred even before the Sorensen ARV incident. For reference, the world's fastest jet, the unmanned NASA X-43, reaches a top speed of Mach 9.6 or 7,366 miles per hour. And the world's fastest manned jet, the SR-71 Blackbird, reached solely Mach 3.3 or 2,193 miles per hour. Mark moved on to discuss in great detail Sorensen's ARV experience in 1988. Not a ton of new information here we haven't already covered. Mark did touch on the interesting point that Brad and most likely Frank Carlucci flew a short flight to Palmdale Air Force Plant 42 to view this special exhibit.
As they were going into the hangar, the gentleman turns to my friend and says, he just realized that there are some aircraft on exhibit here that you're not cleared for, to security-wise. You are not cleared to see these aircraft, so just enjoy the show, walk around, listen, take a look, but don't say anything to anybody. So he goes in. I don't know how well you can see this because it came out kind of light, but there were two pieces, or two sections to this particular hangar on the inside.
I would like to add, Air Force Plant 42 in Palmdale is less than 30 miles southwest of Edwards Air Force Base. The site features a sizable Northrop Grumman facility as well as Lockheed Martin hangars and the home of the infamous Lockheed Martin Skunk Works division. The claim these ARVs were shown at Plant 42 very near Edwards matches very closely with my previous thesis of a joint reverse engineering program out of Edwards. Now, Witness Ed stated he worked on joint programs with Lockheed Martin and Boeing, yet historically Northrop has been additionally implicated in the construction of the TR-3B Black Manta craft and an anti-gravity disc known as the Great Pumpkin developed at Northrop Grumman Advanced Concepts and Technologies Division, Palmdale, California. Hang tight, guys, because our next project will cover U.S. aerospace craft allegedly built with NHI technology, especially because there are numerous claims of joint developed reverse engineered craft from Lockheed Skunk Works and Northrop Grumman. All of these deviations from Mark's story are to say I find the continued parallels between the alien reproduction vehicle and the 412th reverse engineering group at Edwards and Nellis quite tangible, as well as the addition of Northrop Grumman to the core contractors engaging in ARV. Mark leveraged his understanding of physics to discuss how the ARV craft possibly generated 3 different electromagnetic fields. One created by the primary windings of the Tesla coil, one created by the windings in the center, and finally one created by a low-temperature plasma fired through the center. And guys, I say this all the time, physics really isn't my strong suit, so please watch the lecture for a better understanding.
So in the process, what I really think that I've sort of stumbled across is a way in which this system here has 3 different electromagnetic fields. It has the one created by the primary windings of the Tesla coil. It has the windings in the center that also creates their electromagnetic field. But then when that plasma ring, or I should say it's actually
I'll be right back. I need coffee.
A low temperature plasma-like phenomenon, or
I never got up and got it.
I thought you were gone this whole time.
Creates its own set
nah, dude, I've been glued to this watching.
Yeah.
And so what happens is you have an
I'll be right
effect.
back.
It's very similar to, you've heard of the electromagnetic pulse that occurs when a nuclear bomb goes off. Well, they actually have a weapon. It's called the explosively pumped electromagnetic pulse weapon. And it does the same thing. And what it does, it just combines overlapping electromagnetic field lines, and then using explosives, it pinches all, oops, sorry. It pinches all those magnetic field lines and it creates a powerful pulse. And so what I'm suggesting to you is that process is actually forms a kind of a doorway for tapping into this zero-point energy. Now, why is that significant? Why does that mean anything? Well, part of the reason is that this device, when it taps into zero-point energy, they've shown that zero-point energy is actually responsible for the effect of gravity, for inertia, and for mass. And so if you're pulling some of that energy out of the environment, it may be, even though there's an infinite amount, I mean, some of the latest figures are 10 to the 109th power joules per cubic centimeter. That's one of the latest figures I've seen. That's a monstrous amount of energy. That's enough energy that if you took all of the energy that's in this amount of space-time and were able to tap it, it would be able to boil off the oceans of the entire planet. So you can see how this technology makes a hydrogen bomb look like a firecracker. That's probably one of the reasons why there's such a tremendous effort to suppress it, because in the wrong hands, obviously, it could be weaponized and be very dangerous. Now, for example, Einstein said you can never travel faster than the speed of light because as you accelerate through space-time, your interaction with the zero-point energy that's embedded in space-time raises your mass. And so it makes it harder and harder for you to go faster and faster, so you can never really reach the speed of light. In fact, he said, if you could, that as you approach the speed of light, that your mass would become near infinite. So imagine then that you're actually using the free energy of zero-point energy. You're tapping that as your propulsive force. You're using it in the environment. So there's a couple things that might happen when you do this. One is that it reduces the mass of your vehicle because you're using the stuff that would otherwise create to its increase. And you're using that to do work. You're using it as a propulsive force. So under that theory, you could actually be able to accelerate up to and beyond the speed of light because the very energy that would be ordinarily slowing you down by raising your mass is actually what you're using to push you along.
I do find it very interesting since 1975 Los Alamos National Labs was conducting extensive research into these explosive magnetic flux compression generators. Mark would then highlight a Polaroid image taken north of Cedarville, California in the spring of 1984, which he purported may be one of the only photographs in existence of a string of vehicles used in this secret space program. Mark even illustrated the craft based on the eyewitness's testimony.
Now, under a loop looking at the original Polaroid, you can actually see a little bit more detail. This was a drawing done by the eyewitness, the fellow who took the photograph. And there were some things about it that I could probably go into, but the thing that's important to remember is that some of the features look remarkably like some of the structure on the so-called alien reproduction vehicle. And in fact, it did seem apparent to him that these wingtips, if you want to call them that, could actually rotate inward so that this thing would actually become more of a triangular shape, which also, of course, would help with issues like storage. Now, this is a little bit more detailed drawing that I did based on what I could see through the loop.
Near the end of the presentation, Mark circled back to the May 1989 East Germany crash recovery of a Lockheed Martin advanced aerospace vehicle. This craft recovery is claimed to have been executed by special forces, ringing parallels to the numerous claims of JSOC units involved in foreign and domestic UAP crash retrieval operations. Mark likened this craft to the F-117A stealth fighter utilizing stealth technologies. The most interesting component of this craft were the 3 spheres on the underside of the craft appearing to be made of a white superconducting ceramic material. The crash of this vehicle allegedly broke off the tail section, dislodging one of these spheres. The pilot involved with the crash told Mark the retrieval team was ordered not to touch the sparking sphere with bare hands. Mark theorized these spheres utilized some sort of cryogenic fluid to harness zero-point energy systems, meaning the craft may have employed ARV systems.
When I finally did get around to making a copy of this original drawing in the form of blueprint, I sent a copy to Brad. And one of the first things that he said to me on the phone was, and he wasn't kidding when he said this, he said, you know, Mark, he says, this drawing is about as accurate as you can get. He says, every detail, every aspect of it is right on the money. He said, it is so accurate in every way. He says, this has to be probably one of the most dangerous illustrations you've ever done in your life. And he says, and if you're smart, he says, you'll tear up the original, you'll throw it away, and you'll never talk about it again.
After Mark appeared on the 2001 Disclosure Project speaking openly to the world about the alien reproduction vehicle, he got the strange feeling his activities were being monitored. Mark was called and warned to stop doing what he was doing, and one by one he lost all of his defense clients. Mark reasoned he understood why some corporations and individuals may not have wanted to be associated with somebody speaking about flying saucers. Further attacks would see Mark threatened on the phone and his money and cars taken by the IRS. Mark would carry a heavy feeling of guilt and regret, including Brad Sorensen's name, stating he was almost coerced by Dr. Greer not to protect names.
I mean, there's many times I lay awake at night with my 9mm under my pillow, loaded, and I wonder why they haven't killed me. You know, I honestly do.
As we discussed earlier, I have played many clips from the fantastic documentary 0 Point: The Story of Mark McCandlish and the Fluxliner by the late filmmaker James Allen. This documentary discusses strange deaths of free energy pioneers such as fundamental physicist Stefan Marinov, who fell out of a window in 1997, cold fusion researcher Eugene Malov, who was beaten to death in 2004, 0 Point field investor Ari Degus, who was found dead in his car in 2007, and star drive inventor Mark Tomayan, who died unexpectedly in 2009 after a successful demonstration of his prototype. The best example here is the case of Amy Eskridge, which I may save for a future full investigation. Dr. Amy Eskridge was a 35-year-old scientist and co-founder of the Institute for Exotic Science in Huntsville, Alabama. In 2022, Amy died in what was ruled a self-inflicted instance. However, an incredible amount of controversy surrounds her passing. Leading up to her death, Amy had been lecturing on behalf of Holocron Engineering, a gravity modification R&D company, discussing historical anti-gravity experiments and modern black projects associated with developing the anti-gravity T-3B craft. Again, we'll save this for another time. Mark admitted he had no idea what the ARV and these technologies were used for, but he did state clandestine military operations may stop at nothing to prevent these technologies from leaking to the public and foreign adversaries, and housing these programs alongside defense contractors strengthen classification of programs utilizing these systems. And these strange deaths very well may include James Allen of the 2014 documentary. The details around his death are highly suspicious.
This is the young man who produced the film that you'll probably have a chance to see later on, James Allen. He's passed away now. And this was literally just a month before the film was being released. And he suddenly became very sick, was in the hospital. He died within 2.5 months. And the manner of his illness was so peculiar and so strange, we decided to go have some pathology done. And what we found, it's really hard to see on this chart because it's so small. I wish I could blow it up somehow. But basically, all of these little things here, we see an H next to those levels right there. Those are all radioisotopes like uranium, thorium, beryllium, cadmium. Things that you would not find naturally occurring. So it seems apparent to us that he was poisoned using radioisotopes. And so I would like to dedicate the memory, or I'd like to dedicate this presentation to the memory of my friend James Allen. He's a brilliant young man, had a great potential as a filmmaker ahead of him, and I thank him for the time that he dedicated to documenting what I did.
On April 13th, 2021, at the age of 69, Mark was found dead in his home from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. That day of April 13th, Mark had spoken to his friend Rick Price and told him he would call him later. Mark additionally spoke to his girlfriend and told her he would speak to her when he arrived to work at her animal shelter. According to Robert D. Morningstar, Mark was supposed to testify to elements of the Senate on UAP in June of 2021 and had been in contact with Senator Rubio. Was Mark's death truly his choice? I am reminded of what Brad told me when I asked about Mark's death. Quote, Mark McCandlish was a stupid, dramatic, selfish fool who died because he could not keep his mouth shut. Learn from this, end quote. Why was Mark allowed to investigate and speak on the ARV from 1988 to 2021? Was testifying to the Senate, possibly including Rubio and the Gang of Eight, the final straw? I am again reminded of Brad's words, quote, I protected him until I could not, end quote. Hey guys, I know we ended on a very somber tone, so I would just like to take a moment to dedicate this video to the memory of James Allen and Mark McCandlish. Without Mark's work and James Allen's work, none of this would have been possible. I'd also highly recommend watching the 2004 documentary, 0 Point, and the story of the Fluxliner, as well as Stephen Greer's 2001 NPC and the interview with Mark titled Blueprint for a UFO. If you didn't notice earlier, I would also highly recommend reading the 1990 interview with Bill Scott, the senior engineer of Aviation Week and Space Technology, and Brad Sorensen. Now, after that massive investigation, what do you guys think? I personally find the story...
That shit's fucking wild.
You know, with documentaries like this, the books and interviews, all this shit is out in the open already.
Yeah, but this is like when these people were killed. That was before it got out into the open. It was just going out into the open there. That's why they got fucking offed.
So how dangerous is it today? Now that it's all in the open.
I don't think it is as much as it used to be because of all the the fever pitch it's reached lately with all the whistleblowers and the congressional hearings and shit like that. If they did something so brash now, it'd be so obvious that it would fucking immediately start an investigation. Like, I don't think they can get away with it now because the cat's out of the bag. But this was before the cat was out of the bag. People were trying to get out there, and these people were getting offed. That's going to be one of the issues with coming clean about having technology like this. Because obviously people were killed.
Blood on their hands.
Yes, people were killed, or even if people weren't killed, and it was all just coincidence, we'll say. The fact that the technology has been hoarded by a handful of companies and not been allowed to go to top scientists and shit like that in universities to fucking crack it and figure it out. Like, that's also a problem because that's limiting economic, competitiveness. You got a monopoly on something now. And it's not just, it's not like these companies found the shit. Like, the government found it and then gave it to the companies to work with. So it's like, and then conversely, you could say business law and be like, hey, you gave it to us. Like, you can't just come and take it back from now. Like, you gave it to us. It's ours. It's our property. You can't just fucking claim it now. We've been sinking millions of dollars into fucking reverse engineering this shit, and you're just gonna say, fuck you, you can't have it no more? Like, that's wild. Like, we had free reign. Like, how are you gonna change your mind suddenly? So it would open them up to lawsuits back and forth. It'd be a whole clusterfuck. So there's gonna have to be some sort of amnesty program in that sense, but it's I'm more concerned with the fact that if we have some sort of novel energy source, then the first thing we do when we discover new energy is we try to blow shit up with it, like human nature. Like, so. You don't need something that powerful fucking floating around out there to fucking vaporize the planet.
Yeah.
Which would, again, make sense as to why it's being, fucking shuffled away so hard. But, I don't know. So, yeah. This was just a dry run anyway for this fucking podcast. I think the conversation was great. I just got to get you on camera now for it and rearrange things. I'm going to build a new scene so it doesn't look silly like it's just the same old gaming scene. But
yeah,
I'm going to set it up. We have a cam in there with you, and then yeah, I'm going to make a whole new fucking setup for it. But yeah. That's basically it, just bullshitting, and then eventually we'll have people that want to come in and fucking chat, and we can bring them into Discord and have them tell us their experiences and shit like that. I want, obviously, when we do...
You're gonna need a new overlay.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm gonna set up a whole new scene, new overlay and all that shit for it, but, I want, obviously, we do a dedicated streams of it, or just a dedicated podcast, and then, fucking... start taking people in that are watching that want to talk and shit like that, bring them into Discord and Have them tell us their stories and shit like that.
Yeah.
Take questions from the audience as such. But all right, man. I've been at it for over 5 hours. It's fucking 3:30 in the morning.
I've only seen one UFO in my life, and it was when I was a kid. Me and my brother both saw it.
No shit.
So
what it looked like?
I'll tell you about it right now. It's really
Yeah,
cool
dude.
because we lived out in the country,
Mhm.
and we had a boat with a cabin on it that was outside the house.
Mhm.
And so, to explain this, we slept outside most of the time. We didn't sleep in the house a lot. We're in California. The weather was like you could sleep.
Yeah, it's beautiful. You want to sleep out under the stars and shit. You're in the country. I get it.
You could. Most of the time, we slept. We had a mattress out in the driveway, and that's where we slept. Was outside.
And it's like right here, man. I've been wanting to camp out in my fucking backyard, to be honest, because there's no light pollution here. It's beautiful.
But we also had a boat with a cabin and some beds in it, and this night was kind of cool out, so we were sleeping in the boat. And we were woken up by a very bright light. And we looked out the window, and there's just this bright, very bright object out in the distance. And it's just floating there. It went up and down a couple times, really fast. Then it did a fucking loop, like a circle, and then went up, like in a blink of an eye. It was the only time I've ever seen anything like that in my life. The only time. We had no explanation for it. We had no idea what it was.
That's wild.
Part of me wants to say it was a drone.
How long ago was this?
80s.
Wasn't a drone. They weren't around.
Well, looking back at it, the skeptic in me, I'm thinking maybe it was an advanced drone for back then. I don't know. I don't know what else it could be.
Drones didn't exist back then. They did. Only the military would have had them. I think that's stretching it.
It was very strange.
Yeah, that wasn't no drone. Too old to be a drone. Too long ago.
The way it did this loop maneuver and then went up and out in the blink of an eye was crazy.
Yeah, it's definitely not a drone. Like, I've seen a couple things here. Was there one thing would drip? It looked like a fucking, like, it was an orange light in the sky and it was dripping.
Yeah, I've heard about these dripping ones.
They're pretty rare apparently. It was dripping orange stuff too, like bright orange stuff. Like could have been molten.
That makes me
something.
think it was a flare.
You would think so, but it was just sitting there in the sky, no fucking smoke, no nothing. Just it would drip occasionally. It was fucking weird, and I've seen it move before. The first time I saw it, it was stationary in the sky. It stayed there for a while. I was watching it for like a good fucking 15 minutes, and it didn't even fucking budge from where it was, and it would drip periodically. And then the second time I saw it, it actually looked like it came down out of orbit, and then made near 90-degree fucking turn, went across the fucking horizon, and then turned again to go a little further out where it stopped, and it was in the same spot it was the first time I saw it, and it was doing the exact same thing. It started dripping while it was over there. It didn't do it at all when it flew in. It did it when it was hovering in that area. It was really weird.
Yeah, that's a trip. The dripping ones. I don't get that.
I only saw it twice, and then I'd periodically see one over here like every other week or so. It's over in the same general area. I've seen weird shit fly, what appears to look like it's flying towards the satellite, and then it'll fly towards the satellite and then change direction when it gets after it gets to it. Like it'll zoom up to it and then go a different way. Excuse me, go a different direction, which is really really weird. I've seen a lot of odd shit in the sky that don't make sense. Lights, like just parts of the sky that just light up for some reason. I've seen things stationary flashing, which is odd. Although that I technically guess that could be a geostationary orbit, a satellite that's fucking rotating and getting hit with the sun. But it's like it's weird. There's a lot of weird shit. Like there's no light pollution, so I could see the Milky Way and shit. So I see satellites all the fucking time. Like you can see them every single night. But after you see that many satellites, like you know what to look for. They're always the fucking same, and they like fade in, fade out. They go in a straight line, move varying speeds, but typically around the same like quick ass speed. But when you see shit that looks like a satellite that changes direction, that is a little fucking weird. Like they start changing direction, or just staying still, or blinking in and out of existence without moving, like shit like that. It's odd. It's very fucking odd.
Yeah.
But it's allegedly a hot spot up in this area anyway. Like a nearby town, Pine Bush, has a whole UFO festival there because they get sightings regularly. But yeah, I see strange shit all the time in the sky here.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I'm not gonna say it's little green men, but it's some weird shit.
It's your tax dollars at work.
Most likely, because I have seen unmarked black helicopters fly over town before. Well, one. I say helicopters. I've seen one. And those are usually used for special access programs and black programs because it had no identifying marks on it. It was like a fucking... I want to say it's an Apache because it didn't look... It was one of the sleeker design. It was like an AH or something like that. I don't know what the fuck it was. But it was jet black. It's clearly military, jet black, fucking... No insignias, no numbers, no nothing. I was like, that's weird. And it flew over the town kind of slow and in the general direction of where that thing was hovering. Dripping. So, I'm like, there's got to be something to that. And then seeing other weird shit, like, I never saw the helicopter turn around and go back because I know where there is an Air Force base that's like 40 miles away, but it never came back. That's the other strange part. After it went through town and over the fucking the ridge of the mountain, it never ever came back. That was the weird part. I was like, where did it go? Like, why how come it hasn't returned? I was like, there's no other airports over there.
Oh.
So that was weird, but thought that was peculiar. Anywho, I'm gonna wrap it up here.
I hope I wasn't boring tonight. I hope I
No,
contributed
not at all.
something.
Oh yeah, you did. It was good. It was good. It's exactly the kind of conversation and talking that we'd have here. I just got to dedicate a whole stream to it and have a different, overlay. So it's better to have you on camera and shit. This was just more of a sit and chat and fucking discuss stuff to see how we play off each other and shit. We did fine. It'll be way better when we have a better setup where you can listen to everything better and talk and shit. Like, we got to get all that stuff set up right, and then fucking get you live at the same time too.
I know I'm prone to just call everything bullshit. I'm working on that.
A lot of people are prone to doing that. That's what's been ingrained into us. It's all pseudoscience. I'm a skeptical person. Like, I'm definitely a skeptic. So like, I fucking always try to find the most reasonable explanation. If I can't find a reasonable explanation for it, I try to take the least fantastic of the, woo-woo explanations. I try to not jump fucking headfirst into a rabbit hole and be like, yeah, this has got to be what it is. Would I like it to be like aliens and shit? Yeah, absolutely. But I don't know what the fuck it actually is. I don't know what we have. Weird.
Why would you like it to be aliens?
Just to know that we can travel through space. It's possible to travel great distances in space and explore the universe. I think that would be awesome. Like that's the main reason. They can get to us, that means we should be able to get to them somehow. And that's just fucking cool. Like, otherwise it would seem like the universe is a lonely place, and if it's not a lonely place and there's a bunch of life out there, which there probably is, it just means we're never going to be able to meet our neighbors because they're too far away. That's kind of depressing. Because we're human beings are pieces of shit. I'd like to meet something more advanced. Learn some new cultures. That means we're stuck with us. Which ultimately means we're all gonna die. So, I don't know. It's I think it would be fascinating to be able to travel the stars.
I don't. I think I'm fine with what I have here. Like I don't think there's anything out there that interests me too much.
The possibilities of what's out there are endless. So if you could easily go from one like solar system, one galaxy to the next, and fucking see things that have never been witnessed by any other fucking human, like to be exposed to strange forms of life and see like just how other civilizations might have come into existence and how they operate. Like, it would just be fascinating to see what else is out there beyond our little rock, because we're tiny in the vastness of the fucking universe. Like, it would be so cool to see what else is out there beyond here.
My problem is we're so primitive. Ultimately, I'm afraid that we we should ultimately just not make contact with anything that is out there because it may not be friendly.
See, well, that's the thing. Like, I believe you have to be of a certain. You have to, if you're a violent species, you have to reach a certain point of peace before you could ever possibly work together efficiently to leave your planet. So, like, I feel like warring and conquest and shit would be a thing of the past if they develop the same way we do. Like, if they evolved in similar situations, like societies.
What if we're food?
That could be too. What was that movie?
No thanks.
Fucking the guy who did Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson's first movie, Bad Taste. His aliens come and kidnap people to for their intergalactic fast food chain, or the food, or the Twilight Zone episode to serve man.
I don't know. I'm happy with what I have in front of me.
I'm happy with what I have. I'm just a curious person. I like science, and I like science. Just science in general, so to be able to see what could exist on another planet is too much of a curiosity for me to pass up if I had the opportunity. So
yeah, I get that. I get that.
I don't think I'd ever had the opportunity, however, to know it exists would be a good enough compromise for me. So like knowing that some aliens, even if they were dead, like even like say we found a derelict fucking ship or like a broken probe that was just happened to float through the solar system one day, it's millions of years old. Like, still, that means there was something at least. Like, so hey, that's cool. I'd be happy with that. Like, I would take the evidentiary proof just to know that we got neighbors out there and they tried to fucking go between the stars, so it's possible. Like, that would be fucking pretty cool. And like, even if we're a million years too late to meet them, still, Like,
Yeah.
imagine if there was just a derelict fucking probe or base somewhere in, like, the asteroid belt or some shit, or on one of the other planets in the solar system, and we find it, and it's just been abandoned forever. They got here somehow. Like, it's doable, so time would be the biggest straining factor. Getting to these
Yeah.
people before they're fucking extinct. So I would absolutely I would be happy just being able to know that they existed at least at one point in time. Like, even
Unless you go down a rabbit hole and we get advanced enough technology to do interdimensional, and then time's not even an issue no more. Then you can visit
Well,
everybody that ever existed.
that's the other speculation about aliens. Like, the typical description of a alien is the gray. It's 2 arms, 2 legs, head, 2 eyes, nose, mouth. Why would it something on another planet, in another galaxy, with different gravity, different chemical makeup, shit like that, look like us? So, one of the theories is it's actually us from the future. Like, they're so far into the future that that they are a different species, essentially, and they're not going to really fuck anything up, and cause any kind of paradox by coming back this far. Like, it would mean, that's kind of a depressing theory, though, because they would have to be so far into the future that there would be no living common ancestor in our time period where they're visiting now. Which would be a very, 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 it'd be a very long time. Or there was a genetic bottleneck, meaning there was some sort of catastrophe, be it like a pandemic that wipes out, like a fucking epidemic of like massive global fucking scales, like that wipes out a massive portion of the population. Like, either A, the massive portion of the population gets wiped out soon, and it creates a massive genetic bottleneck. Let's say a nuclear war happens, and there's like only like a third of the human race is left, and planet's like half irradiated and shit. You got a radiation, which is going to speed up mutation, and then you have a genetic bottleneck at the same time. You could end up with grays, people that look like grays, much, much sooner, which would explain their interest with us now, and that would be a little depressing. So,
yeah.
It would explain why they have such an interest with their genetics if they're from the future at this current point in time, because bad shit's gonna happen. And they always seem to preach about nuclear stuff, so they're also attracted to it. That's how they can lure them in. Like, there's UFOs always seen over like nuclear bases, constant reports of UFOs over nuclear bases and shit like that. Was one of the biggest concerns from day one with them. So they started showing up after we dropped the bomb. When we started splitting atoms, that's when they started showing up. So that's gotta be significant in some way, shape, or form. We might be doing more damage to the fabric of reality than we realize by detonating nuclear bombs, and that might be a problem. Or they could have been living here this whole time, we never knew it, and they lived in the oceans, and they're pissed because we're fucking poisoning the planet.
Or Antarctica.
Or Antarctica, yep. Knows you're an alien, you're gonna set up base on Earth, and the only advanced life form on Earth is on the land, which is only 10% of the surface. The only advanced life form makes up a fraction of the entire species on the planet. You go hide in the ocean. It'd be easy to do with fucking transmedium craft, or something that's rigorous enough to handle interstellar travel. You could easily go and build a pressurized capsule and go just live at the bottom of the ocean where we don't go.
Yeah.
Because we haven't even explored all of it. You got like 20% of it mapped or some shit. Like, They could be chilling down there. We would never even fucking know, and they could have been down there for thousands of years.
We know more about space than we know about our own ocean.
Yeah, because it's easier to go into space. There's not crushing pressures up there. Just a varying degree. Think of it like a layer cake from the bottom of the ocean all the way out to space. Things go from really, really dense, high pressure to really, really light and no pressure. So it's easier to build something that's a capsule that's gonna fucking only need to support 1 atmosphere of fucking pressure for breathability, and then doesn't need to support any atmosphere when you open a hatch because it's not gonna explode or implode. Whereas a fucking capsule, you're gonna sink to the bottom of the ocean. Like, you get to a certain point, the thing's gonna fucking implode because it's just too much pressure from the water fucking going in there. So it's easier for us to go up than it is to go down. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But, all right, man.
And our pressure is nothing compared to like Jupiter.
Yeah, exactly. We don't know where these people come from, too. They could be coming from a planet that has different pressures, different gravity, like all sorts of shit. They have their material science.
It rains diamonds on Jupiter because the pressure in the atmosphere is so high that it crushes the carbon.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, fucking just imagine an Earth-like planet that's got slightly higher pressure and heavier gravity. You would have some weird-ass fucking things growing on it. Weird-ass creatures.
Yeah.
Like, and imagine, well, Mars. If Mars still had water and everything on it like it used to and was, like, habitable and shit like that, people would grow super tall because the gravity's fucking... Like, humans would grow super tall. So I hate that movie that came out years ago where kid comes from Mars. He was the first human born on Mars. He goes to Earth, falls in love with a girl. I'm like, the actual science behind that, if he landed on Earth, he would his back would break and shit. Like, he wouldn't be able to walk. The gravity would literally fucking cripple him. He wouldn't be able to breathe. His lungs wouldn't be strong enough to breathe because fucking the gravity affects literally your cellular growth and shit like that. Like, he wouldn't look anything like a regular person. He would look mad tall and skinny because he would grow in such a strange way because of the lack of the difference in gravity. So that's like there'd be so much differences, and that's what makes it so weird about the Greys. They're too much like us. They could be really shitty avatars that were made. Who knows? But,
really?
Yeah,
I never thought about that.
They could be biomechanic. They could be biological drones. I think when we get to a certain point with artificial intelligence, we're gonna realize that computers aren't gonna cut it, and that we're gonna have to start growing like brain cells and stuff like that to integrate into chips, and we're gonna realize that we're not gonna be able to replicate the brain the way we want to. We're going to have to replicate it organically for a reason, because it's the only thing capable of doing what we want it to do. So we've already used brain organelles to make like chips and stuff like that before, and we've taught like small brain organelles how to play Pong and shit like that. Like, it's crazy. So I feel like that's going to be the next step up where we find that's when we're really going to have true sentient artificial intelligence. And I can see the logical advancement is just to kind of go an organic route with a lot of stuff and maybe do a blend of both, like organic, biomechanical and shit like that.
Yeah.
So that would actually make a lot of sense for space travel and shit like that, and be able to order consciousnesses at one point. Who knows? Transfer bodies. But that's light years ahead of us at the moment.
All right, my guy. Well, thanks for the show.
Yeah, man. Next one we'll have it set up a bit better, and yeah, like I said, we'll have you on fucking screen too, and get this done right.
Yeah, I would have to share.
No, we can figure it out. We could use Discord and shit for it to like share screens, and I'll I'll get it set up right so there's no echo for you and shit.
Yeah, I can put my camera in Discord and you can just capture it.
Yep. So
add it as a source or some shit, right?
Yes, sir. All right.
I mean, basically. All right, my guy.
Basically. If you're watching on YouTube, please do like and subscribe. This was a dry run for the podcast. We will have a much better setup. We just wanted to banter for a bit and see how it's gonna go, and it's looking good. So, yes, like, subscribe. Stay tuned for more. If you are watching on Twitch and have not yet followed, please do hit that follow button. Appreciate everybody who's followed. Thank you for the sub, wow. Love you all. I will see you on the next one.